What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
Finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
1-2-7 then for Alan. Treble 19. For the ball. In the ball. But it's Hessing who's making a promising start here. Very nice.
Gabe Shaw on the mat.
Oh, but Duff denies him again with a moment of brilliance.
Yeah, Tops is up then to level this all up.
It's Tops. And it's no problem for Alan.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Port. So it's day 2 here of week 7 in Series 10. If it is the first time you've joined us, this is the lineup of players that are going to be in action. Group A is coming to its midway point today with 3 players tied on 8 points. Group B will see the former champion Golden White in action alongside Derek Corson, who's just made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Championship, whilst there's some interesting names in Group C. Charlie Manby, who of course posted that 130 average on the development tour, and Aaron Turner making his first appearance at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. On the subject of the Turners, it's a very warm welcome, a very good morning to Laura Turner. First and foremost, it's going to be quite the experience, isn't it, for Aaron to be playing here late in the week?
Yeah, and I think he's really looking forward to it as well. He played back when it was held in Southampton, and yeah, he's been putting in the work, putting in the hours, and I think he'll be looking forward to kicking off his Group C campaign.
Right, we'll stop throwing you under the bus now. We'll talk about the action that we saw yesterday. And look, 3 players tied on 8 points at the top of the table, and very quickly that table separation has come into play, and there feels like an expectation that maybe we'll see that jostling for position 1 from 3 to make it into Saturday.
Yeah, I agree. I think Andy McDermott obviously with 4 points, just within touching distance as well. The other 2 feeling like they're already quite cut off. I know things can still turn around. We've got 2 days of play, but I agree. I just think the level that we've seen in terms of performance so far from those top 3 players, I think it's going to be one of those 3 that tops the group and goes straight through to Saturday.
But it could have been a completely different story. Kevin Edwards won the last game of the day against John Worsley. If Worsley won it, he would have completed the card. But Kevin, one of those players that we've seen have success on the seniors circuit. We've seen him here in the past. It just looks like he's going to enjoy this experience this week.
Yeah, and again, he's one of those players that time and time again just look more comfortable as well. I mean, I've had the privilege of playing here a couple of times. I know the second time when I came back, it just felt a lot better. So I think you're seeing that more and more from players. But as you say, Kevin Edwards does look relatively comfortable and really amongst the mix of those players to go through as well.
So John Worsley on 8 points in the table as well. As I mentioned, missed that opportunity to move on to 10. We'll hear from him in just a second. He felt as if, yes, he's played okay, but he doesn't feel like he's really got going yet.
Yeah, and I think probably a lot of them will feel very similar in terms of like the big averages that we've seen previously. We haven't had any topping averages or anything, quite showboaty yet, but that doesn't matter. The whole idea is to get yourself through to Saturday, and there's 3 players that obviously, I think if you told them they were going to win 4 from 5 going into yesterday, they probably would have taken that.
This time last week, Neil Duff was struggling in Group A. Made it through to the final of Double Trouble 3, and it feels like the momentum that he got from the end of last week is just beginning to drift into this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And if one of the most experienced campaigners that we've got at the Super Series, Neil Duff, he's picked up weekly titles. He knows how to do it. But as you say, perhaps just having that week here. I mean, Double Trouble is obviously a different concept. It's one of those ones that you don't want to be the one that doesn't hit the double to get started. But, he's a series campaigner. And, I just think he's just looking comfortable. But I just think they've all got another gear that they can step into.
I suppose it's the other way around yesterday, wasn't it? Make sure you hit a treble to start instead of going for tops.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about today's action. John Worsley, the favourite 11 to 10. What would be your thoughts what the bookies have said today?
Yeah, I'm surprised maybe just with, there's not much between them, but with Neil Duff just slightly behind as well, considering how much he's picked up here and how, used to he is playing here in Portsmouth. But yeah, you can see that they can't really split those top 3 really at the moment.
It is 18 plus, and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the action then, and we're going to kick off with a meeting between Kevin Edwards and John Worsley. For Kevin, he won this meeting by 4 legs to 3 yesterday, denying the Womble an opportunity to run free at the top of the table. Yes, I've made that pun straight away. Let's get into today's action, and before we do that, let's hear from Worsley, former weekly winner, but that now is over 2 years ago, looking to enter the winners' enclosure once again, and earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. John, 4 wins out of 5 yesterday. Pleased enough for the way things went?
Obviously, I'd prefer 5 out of 5, but yeah, I played okay in patches, so give me something to work with this week.
What would be your overall assessment in terms of your performances over those games?
It's hard to say when you're up there and playing. Like, you don't really look back until later on in the week, and then you know what position you're in. So until then, I can't really tell.
You mentioned 4 out of 5, not being 5 out of 5. Was it a little bit disappointing not to get the last one, particularly because it was the last game of the day against Kevin?
Yeah, being 2-0 up and then just throwing it away, I was disappointed, yeah, but it is what it is. I'll move on this week and see how we can do.
8 times you've been here, 8 times you've made it through to the finals in terms of regular weeks. What is it about the Super Series that brings the best out of your game?
I don't even think I have brought the best out of my game yet. But I just seem to get through every time, so as long as I keep doing that, I'll be happy.
And is it a case of, as the week goes on, just trying to find the best version of your game and kind of peaking at the right time?
Yeah, definitely. I know I can hit 90 plus averages every game, so why am I doing it? I don't know.
Well, I'm sure over the course of the week something will click. Wish you all the very best. John, good luck today.
Thank you very much.
And so the Womble is in action in the first game of the morning session. He takes on Kevin Edwards, flatliner. And if you didn't see his interview, head over to the Super Series social media channels. Excellent interview talking about life on and off the hockey. But John Worsley limbering himself up to go. His 9th appearance here at the Super Series. And in each of his previous 8, he has made it through to the Saturday. Never failed to qualify through to the showpiece finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Whilst for Kevin Edwards, he was a semi-finalist the last time he was here. That was back in Series 2, Week 11. The 52-year-old from Great Bentley is hoping to be riding home with a win up against the 40-year-old from Chepstow. Perhaps appropriate when you consider it's the Cheltenham Festival this week. John Worsley, former weekly winner, as I mentioned, in Series 3. Week 1, and the Womble is looking for success once again. All the action to be officiated by Jack Garwood. Laura Turner's alongside me here in the commentary box. And it feels like one of them moving days today where the table being separated into two portions and into two halves. Maybe we'll see the top of the table accelerate away, and then the bottom half of the table maybe just forming shape ahead of Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there might still be a bit of jostling, even with those ones that you feel are slightly cut off at the moment, because even if you're not going to win the table, you still will have a better chance of qualifying through to Saturday if you can find yourself in Group B.
21.
Well, that's my theory anyway. But yeah, even this first game, obviously, that's going to see some separation. One of these two players now with the opportunity to pull ahead to top the table on 10 points. I agree. I think there's going to be quite a bit of movement.
Well, on the week of the Cheltenham Festival, they're off and they are jockeying for position in this Group A. 4-3 win for Kevin Edwards in this fixture yesterday ensures that there is a freeway tie, and it stopped
60.
Worsley from running away with proceedings. In terms of John, we've seen success from him in the past on the PDC Pro Tour circuit. But I feel like he's found a real nice home here at the Super Series. We mentioned that weekly win on his debut, but we always tend to see a decent level whenever he's here, John Worsley.
Yeah, and it's an impressive record to think that the other times, although he hasn't picked up a title, he's still always made it through to that final spot, because when you consider someone like Anthony Allen that we were discussing, he's been here a handful of times but hasn't actually progressed as much as what he probably would have expected. So even that in itself, I think it just shows he's very consistent in terms of levels of performance.
55.
It's been a slow start in terms of getting up and running. So it's afforded Worsley 6 on this 171 to take the opening leg.
130.
He's going to leave himself on tops after 12.
He does find the first maximum. Bit of pressure on this tops now. But nice to take him there, and that's an early breaker throw for John Worsley.
He said he wanted a more positive day today. Well, a 13 dart breaker throw to kick things off would be the positive start that he would have wanted. And now really does have the opportunity to stretch away, stretch clear in this contest. And to open up a gap at the top. I know it'd only be 2 points, but when you consider how congealed the table is, 2 points even at this stage will feel like a bit of a margin.
85.
Yeah, and also John Worsley, as he said yesterday, he did suffer that defeat, did have the opportunity to go through the card, was slightly disappointed at the performance levels, and really does look quite determined to pick up the pace today.
140.
Because conversely, if John can have a similar like day today and then one of the players is off the pace, he could build up a gap at the top of the table. That's what all three on 8 points will be hoping and expecting over the course of the day. It does feel like a high-scoring group, doesn't it? Where
81.
Possibly a 22 or maybe even a 24 is probably going to be the margin you're going to have to get if you're going to go on and win it.
Yeah, I do agree. As you say, I do think we'll see some real movement today.
85. John, you require 145.
John with a chance here to go 2-0 up. And treble 15 leaves him tops.
125.
Well, he left tops after 12 in the previous leg. He's missed tops of the 12 darts in leg 2. And Kevin Edwards here is being pulled from pillar to post early
24.
on here.
24. John, you
210
require
to 2-0.
10.
Yeah, missed that by the narrowest of margins.
167.
An outside chance for Edwards on the 167. Just not quite firing on all cylinders yet, Kevin Edwards. But
95.
in fairness, he has come up against it so far with Worsley.
Two things have happened, haven't they?
Game
John Worsley's come out,
Worsley.
all guns are blazing on this Tuesday morning, was Kevin Edwards maybe just needs a little bit of time to wake up to the task.
To throw first. Game on.
I think although we're in day 2, it's still the first game of day 2, and I think any player will probably tell you that first game is still that really edgy one of any tournament that you play in. Unless you're John Worsley, from the looks of it, because he's kicking off, getting 2 treble 20s found.
138.
And a nice switch, almost finding the 54.
Well, he got to a quick start yesterday, but nothing to the magnitude and scale of this. He beat Anthony Allo by 4 legs on to kick off Monday's action. Decent doubly performance, 4 out of 7, average of 88.04. But this is a different level. This is a different league. Average of 106.88 after a couple of legs.
140.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about. No one's really kind of just taken that next step up from the performances yesterday. If 1 or 2 players can do that, then we will really start to see some separation.
Well, despite the consistency of the scoring from John Worsley, which he's had 6 visits of 2 trebles in this match, Kevin Edwards has been the man of the maximum stakes. That's his second of the contest. The first one was dead cat. He left himself 50 and Worsley took out the tops first start. But that one has left himself in a position
95.
Here where
Kevin, you
he's got a chance to get his first leg on the board. The chance to even have a poke at a double for the first time in this game. Treble 17 leaves the bullseye.
73. John, you require 128.
Yeah, a bit off the distance there on the ball for Edwards, but this isn't a given for Worsley. Yeah, couldn't find the treble, so Edwards back.
92.
Just to get that first leg on the board.
Kevin,
that in itself can be a bit of a settler as well.
And importantly, Worsley is sat waiting for the double break if that didn't go. It's a 14-darter for Kevin Edwards to get back into the game at 2-1.
4 flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
How many times do we see at this stage in a game as well? A player races off, has a good couple of legs. The opponent gets one back, and suddenly the pressure is applied to Worsley.
41.
He's got the break, but in this leg, he has to cash it in.
Yeah, you kind of go from free-flowing and just concentrating on the game, and then all of a sudden just having that tiny little bit of pressure, someone tapping on your shoulder, reminding you, yeah, I'm still in this game as well. You're going to have to play to beat me.
Everything is in and around. Even if it's not finding the target, it's not far away, is it, for John?
No, absolutely not. Match number 3 for Kevin Edwards.
Suddenly, this game feels like it's got a different complexion to it. Worsley raced into a 2-love lead, but Kevin Edwards has just found an extra gear, found an extra level, and now has 6 darts here to get the break back and level up at 2-2.
80.
Yeah, just clattered into his second dart there. Bit of an explosive bounce out, but still is on a finish.
140. Kevin, you require 141.
So Edwards 141 to level up at 2-2, not to be on this occasion. We'll try and leave it as handy as he possibly can.
85.
I'll do a job, we'll leave a single to double unless Worsley can find the 136. And so Kevin Edwards, who trailed this game by 2 legs to 0, was kind of ambushed by Worsley in the first couple of legs, has got an opportunity to pile in if he hits it with his first 2 darts, back-to-back 14 darters to level up.
Tops the target for 2 apiece.
21.
And a wild couple of attempts there at the outer ring. Just affords this opportunity for Worsley to hold his throat. It will feel like a break because he has been on the back foot this whole leg.
Classy from Worsley because he saw Kevin Edwards tapping him on the shoulder, missed a couple of opportunities to level up at 2-2. And that could be the key exchange in this contest. Worsley 2 up. He puffs his cheeks. He knows he's probably got away with one there.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. That was Kevin Edwards in control throughout that entire leg, and
100.
such a big swing at that point in the match. The difference between 2-2 and 3-1. Worsley now within one leg of taking the opening tie.
Game 1 of
40.
15 that we're going to see here at the Live Lounge on this Tuesday. A long day of darts awaits us here at the Modus Live Lounge.
44.
Busy week awaits us here at the Modus Live Lounge. 8 sessions all live here on Pluto TV. It'll all culminate on Saturday night as we look to see who will join the illustrious list of names that are into
100.
a Champions Week of opportunity this time around. Champions Week, which includes the greatest darting superhero of them all, Spivey Man.
You know, I'm going to keep contesting that. I still think Poison Spivey is better. If you're going to make him a
39.
superhero.
Tomato, tomato, same difference.
$60.
You sense a real chance here for Worsley to try and get this wrapped up 4-1.
98.
Will be disappointed after Dart 1 to have only picked off one treble with that visit. Hopeful really that Edwards cannot find anything big, and he's not going to find anything big. Can't even find a
45.
treble.
No, and in the previous leg, we just saw that element of pinpoint precision that Kevin Edwards can do, the 180 backed up by the 140, and maybe just losing that leg's just obviously that bit of disappointment. And Worsley can really sense an opportunity now.
140.
He's making that kick, isn't he? He's left himself on 84 to complete a 4-1 victory and to right the wrong from the end of yesterday's session. It'll move him on to 10
85.
points and move
Johnny
him
require
temporarily
84.
to the top of the pile. And it's going to be 2 darts, a double 12. To complete a strong
shot.
opening
And the match,
performance to the
John
day
Worsley.
from John Worsley. Average of 96, doubling was decent as well. He had to stave off a little bit of pressure from Kevin Edwards at the midway point of the match. He raced into a 2-0 lead. Edwards did have darts to square up at 2-2, but Worsley taking that 4th leg and now taking the match by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff takes on Anthony Allen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Worsley got the better of Kevin Edwards by 4 legs, and that was despite the 3 maximums from Kevin in that contest. Worsley raced into a 2-0 lead, and then after evading opportunities from Kevin Edwards level up at 2-2, would go on to win in 5. Second up for us, it is Anthony Allen up against Neil Duff here at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. For Neil, he played here last week. He got through to the final of Double Trouble 3, but was unable to reclaim the title that he won back in February last year. The 52-year-old from Ballyclare, 4-timer weekly winner here, up against Anthony Allen, the 46-year-old from Coventry, a 4th appearance here, without a finals night appearance yet. And Shaggy has got a brand new top. And I suppose some of the form yesterday would have been a little bit of a mystery for him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very good, Henry, very good. Yeah, no, but I do agree. He did pick up the one win against Rick Hessing, but other than that, couldn't manage a win. Did push Neil Duff yesterday, 4 legs to 3, but it was the Duff man that got the better of Anthony Allen in the end. We know the levels Anthony Allen can show, but I think one thing that he will say himself is consistency has sometimes been a bit of an issue, and that is a perfect start for Neil Duff.
Yeah, who last week did try and tinker with a different set, but has averted back to Old Faithfuls. They did have a slight issue with the point in the dart, where there was a couple of occasions where it came out mid-match. They did have to revert back to the new/old darts, if that makes any sense, against Steve Beaton.
59.
Yeah, the one thing Neil Duff would have just obviously witnessed is John Worsley pulling away with 10 points, and Neil Duff with the opportunity there to join him on the same level of points if he can find a win over Anthony Allen.
56. Now you require 140.
And what's become very apparent very quickly is Neil Duff's got off to the quicker start. He's got 6 starts here from this 140 to take out the opening leg.
60.
Would have been disappointed to have not found a treble there, but still in a decent position in leg 1.
$134. Neil, you require 80.
Should get a dart from here. He's got to be careful there. That's why that second dart was a little bit further to the right.
Yeah,
perfect execution in the end.
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff up and running. He takes the opening leg.
Second leg. It's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, comfortable 15-leg hold, a throw there for Neil Duff.
60.
I feel like with Neil, there's not much to be said that really we haven't said before.
100.
No, we mentioned it earlier. He's one of those players, we see him quite regularly here. Most series as Neil Duff does make it a performance, and most of the time he does seem to pick up a win. He's 4 titles plus a specials week. He's one of our most seasoned campaigners.
100.
And it starts like that is the reason why he is.
Averaging 111.5 for this present moment in time. Neil Duff's won 5
100.
titles if you had everything together. Only one player's got more than that, and that's Andreas Harrison. If you include his 4 weekly titles, his Champions Week win, and now his double start title.
108.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, back-to-back 180s, but that did follow an opening score of 100, but down to 41 after just 9. This is impressive
41.
from Neil Duff.
Double top.
1.
Still got plenty of time on his side. Well, we've got a couple of extremities here, haven't
60.
we? Anthony Allen called out the traps. Neil Duff racing away with this contest.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
good, a
Neil
lot of
Duff.
dart adjustment there. Was down to 41 after 9. Had to settle for a 15 dart
Third
leg
leg,
there,
it's
but I'm
Neil
sure he
to
will.
throw
It's a breaker
first.
throw. He's 2-0 up. But we
Game
did see
on.
something very similar in the opening match for John Worsley. Pulled away really quickly. Completely kind of blindsided Kevin Edwards, but Edwards managed to rally,
140.
come back slightly.
You know you're playing well when you're settling for 15 darters.
I'd most certainly
41.
settle for a 15 darter.
100.
So it's a Neil's day yesterday. Average of 85.5 for the entirety of the session. 18 out of
100.
52 when it came to the doubling, around about 34%, which is probably pretty much the Neil Duff base level, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, interestingly, 4 maximums yesterday. He's had 3 in this match already, so he's looking to kind of push that by the wayside.
100. Neil, you require
Get it
161.
all out the way with early. Including a 161. Didn't have to go for it anyway.
97.
But Neil Duff is one of those players, he likes to make a statement if he can as well. And with Anthony Allen right back on 260, perhaps less of a risk going for
100.
the 161.
Neil, you require 64.
And it's the type of group that, because it's this tight going into Tuesday, you feel like somebody has to send out a statement of intent to the rest of the field. And at this
Yeah,
present
it's on
moment in
the third
time, Neil
leg.
Duff's doing
Neil Duff.
exactly that. 45 darts to give him a 3-0 lead. Anthony Allen has hardly had a looking in this
Fourth
contest.
flag. It's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $76. $45.
Yeah, quick look at his hand there. I think just slipped out. Pulling it into the 5. And a chance here really for Anthony Allen. He's got the advantage of throw. 2 trebles. Can he find a third?
140.
I think what Neil Duff keeps doing, especially in this first match, is he's just not allowing Anthony to actually play. Allen not with a shot at the outer ring as yet.
He's just been suppressed, hasn't he, all game long? And
45.
Neil, having taken the early ascendancy, has just ran with it. Real professional job, this. But more than that, it's a top-class performance.
108.
And that is a 4th max. He only had 4 for the entirety of the session yesterday.
100.
Averaging 103.78.
136.
And on the cusp of a 4-0 win.
96. Anthony, you require 140.
Tops after 12. If Allen cannot find the 140, another one of them. And it would have been for his first shot of the outer ring.
100. Neil, you require 40.
Tops of the match. Double 10.
Game shot and the match.
4-15 dart legs gets Neil Duff up and running for the day. A 4-0 win and a statement of intent against Anthony Allen. He knows it's a tight group going into Tuesday, but he wants a vice-like grip of it come the end of it. 4-0, Duff beats Allen. Hetty McDermott's next.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the break. Neil Duff with an average of 100.2 got the better Anthony Allen by 4 legs to nil. 4 180s in the process for the Duff man. Next up for us, it is Andy McDermott up against Rick Hessing. For Rick, looking to get his first win on the live lounge stage. It was a trying and testing day for the 27-year-old from Arnhem in the Netherlands. The yellow, actually, the same colours as Vitesse, who are the football team from round there. Up here, it's a 42-year-old from Weymouth, Andy McDermott, nicknamed Rodders. And the shirt that he's wearing is a homage to that famous scene from Only Fools and Horses, the 1996 Christmas special, which was watched by in excess of 20 million people.
Yeah, I do remember it. It's one of my favourites, I will be honest. It's the scene, isn't it, when they're running through the smoke? But yeah,
First
as dart
leg,
shirts
it's
go,
Rick to
it's
throw first.
one of the
Game
more
on.
unique shirts that I've ever seen. I mean, I don't know where would you rank that in kind of the most out there dart shirts?
Oh, it's top 10.
It's got to be, isn't it?
85.
Better than a sports polo bought from a sports shop. And in terms of Andy's day yesterday, he picked up a couple of wins. Of all the players that are outside the top 3, he's the one that, with a good day
43.
today, maybe could keep closest to the top of the table, or maybe realistically for him a berth in Group B, which I think for a debut
100.
here as an ADC qualifier, I think would be an achievement. You can get into the top 3 of the table and you give yourself a really good opportunity on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I agree, especially when you look at perhaps the dominance that we've seen on day one
99.
from John Worsley, Neil Duff and Kevin Edwards. If he can find a way of just displacing one of them from the top three, I agree. I think it's a really good start to someone's debut week.
60.
Rick, nervy beginning to his Super Series career yesterday. Won just 3 legs over the course of the
80.
session. 21 attempts at a double. The bookmakers have written him off in terms of winning this group, but for him, I think the attention will already
100.
divert to Thursday and Friday afternoon into Group C, maybe Group B if he has a good couple of days, but realistically, after when you finish the first day without a point to your name, you're kind of working your way into the week and then hoping to peak at the end.
156.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you have a first day like that, as he finds the first, looking for a second and just pulls it into the 5. Now, when you've had a bit of a
82.
disastrous opening first day, I think it kind of turns to performance as well, because you want to prove the reason why, you've qualified for a position here at the Modus Super Series. So you just kind of want to back it up by putting in a couple of good, solid performances, something you can build upon.
Ricky
And this is a good start. He's in a good position here.
So Dart at the ball.
43. And you
Take
require
the opening leg, which doesn't go, and so McDermott looking at 140.
$44. Ricky require 31.
So to take the opening leg. Double 6.
Game shot on the first leg.
Hessing
Rick
one up.
Hessing.
Yeah, and hopefully that'll act as a
Second
little
leg,
bit
it's Andy
of a
to throw
settler.
first.
McDermott got the better
Game
of
on.
Hessing yesterday, 4 legs to 1. That was one of the legs that Rick Hessing managed to pick up. Arguably a much more tentative start from these two. Obviously, we had
58.
those explosive opening matches. Worsley's 96 and Duff's 100 average. Highest 2 that we've seen so far this week.
And it's no
58.
surprise that it's going to be a bit tentative. Both Davidtons both looking to make their mark on the Super Series stage. And particularly for Rick, he'll just want to get rid of that little bit of the chip on the shoulder in
100.
terms of not winning a game here yet.
And also when you are playing someone who is more towards the tail end, I mean, in terms of averages, yesterday there wasn't much between them in terms of, their actual overall average for the day. It's that opportunity as well. They'll both sense this is a chance where they can pick up a couple more points.
108.
Maybe that's just Andy McDermott just settling himself into day 2 of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
44.
Tell you what, it's been a fair few 180s today. Game 3, it's already the 8th that we've seen in the session. 3 for Edwards, 4 for Duff in the opening couple of matches.
43.
Dermot leaves himself on 120 to square the match
60.
up at 1-1.
And you require 120.
And plenty of time to do so. But he may only need the 3. Didn't have a ton plus checkout yesterday. Was the only player not to. He's not going to find the 120 there.
He just kind of overcooked it, trying to use that left-hand side that was slightly more visible on the tops and pulls it into the 5. But plenty of time on his
60.
side.
And you require 35.
And so, double 16.
3.
Still does have time on his hands.
$100. And you require 32.
Double 16, the
Yeah,
same
shot on the
target.
second
Does
leg.
find
Andy
it this
McDermott.
time of asking. And I think if you look at the stats from yesterday, and I know they're just indicators, and this is a completely
Third
different
leg,
day.
it's Rick to
The
throw
doubling
first.
success for me is what has
Game
been
on.
really crucial, because Andy McDermott yesterday, 11 from 40 at 27%. Rick Hessing was around 14%. It was 3 from 21.
100.
Whereas those top 3 players were all mid-30s to mid-40s in terms of percentages. It's a huge difference.
is a big gap. But one thing Andy was able to do was in the games that
83.
mattered, he managed to get the results that he needed. Although I am going to ask you that question, Laura,
108.
as Rick Hessing hits his first max of the day. Do you see any remnants between Andy McDermott and Nicholas Lyndhurst?
100.
I don't think I do overly. I don't know. Should I? Do you see it?
I can see a little bit. I mean, I've got a lot of relations to the character of Rodney Trotter, but to be honest, that's not for appearance purposes. It's more mannerisms.
$77.
Yeah, unfortunate
Ricky require
bounce out there
121.
for Andy McDermott.
$57.
Already this feels like a more positive start for Rick Hessing. He's found that maximum. It's the first one he's found up on the Super Series stage this week.
And you feel like in his situation, it's the small wins that will then amount to a bit more. So just taking out this 64 to lead by 2 legs to 1.
44.
Pulled
Andy
low.
require 96.
So McDermott 96 with a break.
Yeah, off to stay there, and I understand why. It was very inviting.
56. Ricky required 20. No score.
Yeah, and that will be disappointing for him because he has crafted the chance to take a 2-1 lead, Rick Hessing, and now has gifted this potentially to Andy McDermott.
Game
Yeah,
shot
Andy
on the
McDermott takes it, does take a 2-1 lead.
And importantly as well, he's got the break of throw to boot. And for Rick Hessing, we're
flag,
talking
it's
about
Andy to throw
the
first.
small milestones and
Game
small margins and building up from there. It would have been the first time that he'd won 2 legs in a match this week if he was able to take the lead there. But McDermott looking to take control of this game like he did
43.
yesterday.
And we have seen it with some players as well, haven't we? That
39.
when things don't quite go as well as what you want them to do from the very start, instead of being able to find a way of improving, you over-try, you're trying to push yourself too hard, and actually it becomes really quite difficult
80.
to get out of that mindset that you're in as a dart player.
$140. $140.
Really getting into it, isn't he, old Rodders?
Yeah, you could see he really thought that third dart, and it looked like it was
44.
going into the treble 20. They just clad into the 2 that were already in there.
Now looking to move on to the brink of victory, looking to go
42.
3-1 up and then really put it upon Hessing to win the last 3 of the contest.
60.
And he's going to get 6 darts on this point to do exactly that.
$58.
Yeah, couldn't quite seek out the treble bed.
$44. Andy, you require 138.
So 6 darts then from 138 for McDermott to open up a 3-1 advantage. Won't be done this time.
$43.
You see quite a lot of movement from McDermott across the oche.
$100.
Definitely keeps our camera ops on their toes. And now he's looking to tiptoe into a 3-1 lead. Looking to make his move. But he
79.
can't get into a groove just yet.
Ricky requires 74.
So a chance here. Saw Hessing miss this. Different route this time. Opted for 14s when he had it earlier.
54. Andy requires 16.
Oh, that looks awkward. And now you will see some movement. He's trying to find it where he can see most of that double 8 bed.
No score.
That's a good effort considering the amount that you have to come across.
Phone on feel more than anything else. Hessing looking to level up at 2-2 double 10. Now it's Hessing's turn to move across.
Game
But
shot
unlike
on
his
full
opponent,
flag.
he
Rick
finds the
Hessing.
target and we're all square at 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Rick to throw first. Game on.
Now that first start is much more like it.
140.
Yeah, we mentioned obviously the fact that you're here on debut, but also a lot of players, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to play in
40.
front of the cameras, to play on this kind of staged environment as well. It is totally different. We praise it as players, especially because the opportunities to learn how to perform in this environment is
140.
invaluable and something that a lot of players have never had. But sometimes when it's your first time, it can be really nerve-wracking.
And the process they're going through here is a real
95.
acceleration in terms of experience, profession, and in terms of the level you need to get to be competitive. Chris Mason mentions it so many times that
100.
it took him years to get the experience that these two players will get this week in terms of playing in front of the TV cameras. And for both of them, they haven't had to travel far to do it, where back in previous times you'd have to
47.
traverse
Ricky
through a
require
continent to
121.
play at things like the Lakeside.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for me, TV events were pretty much once a year, and that was it.
97.
And like you say, the qualification process saw us going global just to try and get the opportunity. Because Hessing here really has taken the advantage.
57. Ricky required 24.
Well, he could win as many legs in this match as he did yesterday.
12.
3 darts have been missed for a 3-2 lead.
$82. Ricky required 12.
2 6s
No score.
and plus the score. However, luckily for Hessing, he can come back.
But when you aren't playing on, firing on all cylinders, you want that clean finish. You don't want to be
45.
chasing around
Ricky
doubles or struggling on the outer
12.
ring. You want to be able to take it cleanly. Still working his way in.
Game shot on the
finds it.
fifth leg. Rick Hessing.
And as you mentioned, Henry, that is as many legs as he won all day yesterday. It's a real marked improvement for Rick Hessing.
Sixth flag. It's Andy to throw first.
3-2 to the
Game
good
on.
in this contest. And I just want to touch upon that point in terms of experience of playing on the big stage. Because I can imagine as well that you've put all the work in to
57.
qualify for, say, for example, a Lakeside. But then because you've worked so hard and you've spent so much money in terms of getting help from sponsors and then playing on the tour and travelling from Europe,
96.
you feel like once you're there, you then got that massive pressure to perform, where for these players here, it's a great opportunity, but because they know they've got enough matches, they can ease their way into it.
93.
Yeah, that pressure for these players doesn't come until you get to kind of the tail end of the week or the tail end of Group A if you're in the running for that. But yeah, I totally agree. I think we
96.
spent a whole year chasing for points, and my first ever debut at Lakeside was over in 6 legs. I had Anastasia Dobromislova. She beat me 2-0, 3-0, 3-0. That was it. That was done. That was the kind of
Six.
my entire year done in that one time. And then you have to try and fight back, go for another year, and then try and do something better. So yeah, it is difficult, but it's how players deal with that
44.
pressure. And I just think this allows you to kind of get used to the stage televised environment so much quicker.
Play like a TV pundit. At least you're going to lose quickly so we can
96.
get out of here quicker.
I wasn't doing it at that point. I really wasn't. That wasn't my intention, I promise you.
65.
Well, McDermott here looking to take this game all the way to a last leg decider.
57.
And he's going to leave himself first on a finish to do exactly that.
Yeah, a couple of wild throws there, and
33. And he
good
require
board management, adjust well at the
138.
end, but it's McDermott that's got another chance for the 138. Treble 20 now the target, which would have left
58.
tops.
Ricky require 167.
So Hessing 167 to win it. And it would be some way to win it, but he's not going to take it on this particular occasion. And so McDermott will come back
99. And he
for
require
this 18
8.
to take us the distance in this third match of the session.
Has to move across just to get that angle on tops. But
40.
just skies it
Ricky
slightly above,
requires
and a
68.
real chance here now for Rick Hessing to win his first match of the week. Double 16, the target just
36.
goes wide.
And he require 40.
Dermot's had to stave off a match start. Is he going to save the contest here? Not with that wild dart, he's not. And so Rick Hessing comes back for 32
5.
to complete his first Super Series
Ricky
win. And it's all
requires
gone wrong for
32.
McDermott in that visit.
Yeah, Hessing just taking his time ever so slightly and
Game
does
shot, and the
pin
match,
double
Rick
16
Hessing.
for a 4-2 win over Andy McDermott. And you can see Hessing shaking the hand there of Jack Garwood. Picks up his first win of his Group A campaign. Yeah, I just think for me, you know, tightening up on the outer ring, but it's a great win for Rick Hessing. And coming up next, we've got Anthony Allen against Kevin Edwards.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Rick Kessie got the better of Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 2. It's been a fun first round of matches on this Tuesday morning. Anthony Allen and Kevin Edwards is next up on the menu. That is game 4 of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for this pair, it's about getting a first win of the day. For Anthony Allen, it's about getting a first leg of the day. He was beaten 4-0 by Neil Duff in the first round of matches. Kevin Edwards played okay, hit 3 180s, but was beaten by the better man in John Worsley in his opening contest. And for Kevin, because he's seen both John and Neil move on to 10 points, this is basically must win for him.
Yeah, I agree. And this is another match Anthony Allen yesterday did
First
push
leg, it's
Kevin
Anthony
Edwards all the
to
way,
first.
narrowly losing out 4-3 with one of his
Game
better
on.
performances, averaged around 90.5. So he's going to be looking to try and do something very, very similar. But yeah, I think both will be disappointed by the outcomes of the first
66.
match. Neil Duff was very strong in his match against Anthony Allen, 4-15 dart legs, whereas Edwards had those opportunities. And I think as a dart player, sometimes when you let those opportunities just slip away from you, that's more
45.
frustrating than kind of just getting railroaded on the oche.
For Anthony, his week has to start, and it has to
85.
start quickly. And the thing is, because he's been here so many times before, and I know he hasn't had that Saturday carrot dangled his way yet,
60.
but he must feel with the quality and capabilities he's got, he's qualified for Lakeside on a number of occasions, that at some point it's got to be put right.
Yeah, and I think that's... Once you've been in that position and you haven't quite qualified, and we've seen it with players, say like Robert Thornton, who's kind of very different, but still didn't have that weekly win for such a long time.
121.
You're just trying that extra bit too hard to just get to that next stage, and that can sometimes be, it won't be conducive to get the best level of darts.
81.
Darts is, I've always said it, darts is so much a mind game as much as it is, just the ability and the talent to hit a target consecutively. If your head's not quite in the right space, it's very difficult
45.
to concentrate.
And sometimes the round robin format we have at the Super Series probably
60.
makes that point even more important, because when you lose in most tournaments, you're done. You're going home. Maybe unless you're playing like a Challenge Tour day or Development Tour Women's Series day, we have 2 tournaments in a day. You have to pick yourself, but you've got a long time to do that.
100.
Whereas in
Anthony
this
require
format,
149.
you lose, you've got maybe, in some cases, 20 minutes before you get back on again.
59.
Yeah, you'll be
Kevin, you
coming
require
back up.
130.
But really something to be said about that positive winning start. And it's 5-5 here for Kevin Edwards. Narrowly misses.
120. Anthony, you require
Well,
90.
subject of positive starts, that would have been the perfect one. We went double-double there, and
36. Kevin,
didn't
you
quite
require
work out.
10.
So Edwards back for 5-5 to get the break.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure that was the right option there for Anthony Allen. May get away with it. 1 dot left for
5.
Kevin Edwards, and he does.
Anthony, you require 54.
But with your opponent sat on a double and you sat on 90, 20 should surely be the target.
Game shot on
Works
the
out well
first
in the end,
leg.
though, for Anthony Allen.
All's well, but ends well for Shaggy, who leads
Second
by a
leg,
leg to
it's
0.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Don't have a Scooby-Doo why he's been given that nickname.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
140. $60. $85.
What I've seen so far today from Kevin Edwards, the scoring part of his match has been pretty good throughout, but it's just that outer ring. He was 1 from 4
140.
against John Worsley. He's 0 from 4 at the moment. Just needs to tighten that element up, because that's what was so strong for him yesterday.
36% on the
100.
doubles yesterday. 17 hits from 47 attempts.
108.
Anthony Allen is just beginning to find a bit of a groove here. Not really playing too much better than he did in his game against Neil Duff, but the problem was he wasn't really allowed to play against the Duffman, 100.2
Anthony
and
require
hit 4 180s
121.
in that match. But if he doesn't find this 1-2-1, he could find himself back level. Because Edwards looks at 49
Kevin,
to
you
square
require
proceedings up.
49.
Yeah, over the board, double 16. That should be a good guide.
17.
Just drops low. And again, just
Anthony
more chances
requires
missed and a
64.
chance here for Anthony Allen to punish.
Double 16.
46.
Diverts low into the double
Kevin, you
7. And so
require
Edwards
32.
looking at the target. Opponents just missed to square this game up at 1 apiece. 2 8s.
Game
And a
shot
level
on the
match
second
we
leg,
have.
Kevin Edwards.
No hiccup there from Kevin Edwards as we level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, good last there from Anthony Allen. So far, only in the third leg, but all going with throw to this point. But both players have had
100.
chances to break.
$81.
Already I'm seeing some early signs of frustration from Anthony Allen when they aren't quite going exactly where he wants them.
140. $83.
Just waiting for someone to really stamp their authority on this particular contest. It looked like it was going to be Anthony Allen, but Edwards looking to repass to look to get a break, which will put him in
140.
control of the game. Needs to get one at some point in this contest.
125. Kevin, you require
Yeah, good response there from Allen,
121.
but disappointed with the last. And 1-2-1 required for Edwards. And it's not going to go now.
And so Allen looking at 112. He did have the
81.
1-2-7
Anthony require
game yesterday.
112.
And by not taking out that particular finish, it's left Edwards in a position now where he can get the break of throw. The break he needs at some point to win this
92.
match.
Kevin, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah,
Kevin
well taken there
Edwards.
by Kevin Edwards. Finds the break of throw that you're talking about, Henry. And now has
Fourth leg.
the advantage
it's
of having
Kevin
the darts to go
first.
3-1 up.
Game on.
And a 13 dart as well, the best leg of the contest up to press.
70.
Great recovery the last.
$97.
Yeah, in a similar situation there for Anthony Allen.
$60.
Anthony Allen still
$100.
trying to chase down another 180. Seen one from him so far.
$41.
Yeah, and there's that frustration I was talking about from Anthony Allen.
60.
And I know, and I get it as a player, but at this it still feels like a relatively early stage in the context of the entire week. You can't let that frustration get to you too much.
You got to try your best. And look, this is so easy to say when
70.
we're sat in these seats here. But you got to try and play in group, particularly now in the situation Anthony's in with a little bit of a free roll. I suppose you win this game, you put yourself in contention for Group B, of
45.
course. But for him, his week doesn't get started now until Thursday and Friday. And I just wonder if he could click back into that mentality of this is all
85.
very, very good practice ahead of a 2-day assault, whether maybe we'd see him just relax a little and maybe play at his best.
139.
You see that last minute switch there as he hit those 220s, realising, yeah, he doesn't want another one.
So a couple of
Anthony
darts
requires 6
to break back and to level up at 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg, Anthony Allen.
Well, this game has had plenty of ebbs and flows so far. A hold a piece, a break a piece,
5th leg,
is 2
it's
apiece.
Anthony to throw first. Game on. $40.
Yeah, and that sometimes goes back to what I was saying in the first match, consistency with Anthony Allen. He's
26.
managed to come back, find a break straight back after Edwards beat him, and then kicks off with a 40.
The story of this game has been, there's been some good stuff at times, but in the midst of it, it's been a lot of mediocre stuff. Patchy, probably the appropriate word.
$140. $45.
Yeah, just see Kevin Edwards' flight just disappear off the end of the stem there.
55.
I mean, for Kevin Edwards, seems all round it, but just not able to kind of pin it at the moment.
100.
As for Anthony Allen, he must be sensing this is the opportunity to really take control of this game, take the bull by the horns, take this out lead 3-2, and then try and attack the Edwards throw in the next.
65. Anthony requires 66.
Yeah, double 18 the target.
30.
All a bit rushed, all
Kevin,
a bit
you
wild.
require 170.
So Kevin had a little bit of a slip when Anthony threw his third dart. Nothing intentional at all, and the pair just laughing that
81.
particular
Anthony,
moment
you
off. But
require 36.
now to the serious business as Allen looks at double 18 to lead 3-2.
Has to come across. Double 8 now the target. Double 8
Game
is
shot on
found.
the 5th leg, Anthony Allen.
3-2 he leads.
6th leg, it's Kevin
Shrugging
to throw first.
aside what happened at the
Game
end
on.
of the previous leg in more ways than one.
Oh, things like that do happen. I mean, they can put a player off, but it's all played in very good spirits.
And the problem is this room is so quiet during the week that the smallest noise makes the biggest imprint.
Which is why they got you a soundproof box.
96.
Trust me, I've tested the soundproof nature of this on a couple of times. Soundproof, not deacon-proof. Oh, hang on. Hang on a second.
177.
Because Kevin Edwards has gone 6 deep into the 9.
140.
What a moment this would be.
Kevin, you require 144.
Yeah, he does find the first. Needs another one of those. Finds that. Double 12, the target. Oh, misses by the
120.
smallest of margins. Oh, wow.
Fair to say that came from absolutely nowhere.
If that had gone in, that would once again test the
105.
the
Kevin, you
soundproofness
require
of the box.
24.
The windows can hang on for now. Having just missed the 9, he's just hit a 9. Double 4 goes 3-3. That's the important thing. He's won the leg. And we go the distance for the first time today. We've actually now, in the first 4 games, had all 4 conceivable results. 4-1, 4-0, 4-2, 4-3.
95.
Has there been a 9 darter in 2025? Adam Mould with the last.
Yeah, we have seen our fair share.
28.
And what I will say, when you get that close to a 9 or even pin the 9, it's the adrenaline that pumps through you as a player. He's going to have to hold that all in, Kevin Edwards, because he really would have been feeling it on that double 12.
It's where the excitement now has to just become another leg.
96.
That would have been the 16th 9 darter in Super Series history if Kevin Edwards was to convert that double 12. Conor Heenahan got the first 2 in this building.
60.
Yeah, Fallon Sherrick, the first female to do it. Or female to do it in a televised arena.
Probably the most famous
59.
9 darter we've ever had.
$60.
And after that blistering leg that we've just seen from Kevin Edwards, struggling to locate the treble 20 bend, it's Andy Allen with a bit of an advantage here.
$97. Anthony require 144.
For the match. The 144 that Edwards missed for the 9 in the previous leg is not going to be found by Anthony Allen.
112.
Yeah, that most definitely would have been doubly painful for Edwards if Anthony Allen could have converted that. But Edwards not able to find the 160, so a real chance here for Anthony Allen to double his points tally to pick up a second win.
32.
And it's double 16 to do exactly that. And for Kevin Edwards, this has been a disastrous start to the day. He'd gone into it as one of the 3 players joint top, but now he finds himself adrift and maybe now just lurking over his shoulder. Anthony Allen with a 4-3 win against Kevin Edwards. Edwards missing double 12 for the 9 darter. Coming up on the other side of the break, it's John Worsley up against Andy McDermott. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Just seen Anthony Allen take a 4-3 victory over Kevin Edwards by the narrowest of margins. Almost saw a 9-darter from Edwards, wasn't to be. But now we turn our focus to John Worsley, who is taking on Andy McDermott. John Worsley currently sat at the top of the pile, just above Neil Duff in second. 10 points to his name, picked up a win in his opening match against said Kevin Edwards. Andy McDermott, for him, still looking for a win today as he lost 4-2 to Rick Hessing. For me, I feel this is a one that is going to be difficult for Andy McDermott to overcome what we've seen so far from John Worsley, but it's getting to that point where if he's going to try and make some inroads, even for Group B, he's going to have to start picking up some points, and soon.
But he will be helped by the fact
First
that
leg,
Kevin
it's
Edwards
John to
hasn't
throw
picked up
first.
points today. And so if he
Game
can
on.
spring a surprise upon the Womble, then he'll be to within a couple of points of Kevin in that third place. And suddenly what looked like a table of two halves, where the top three and the bottom three will find themselves in their own mini leagues. Well, suddenly we have some
84.
interpretation in terms of who might get the last Group B spot. But for Worsley, he was good, wasn't he, in his opening game against Kevin Edwards, average of 96.19, 4 from 10 on the doubles. Did have a little bit of a blip in the middle of the match. Had to evade a couple of darts from Kevin to level up at 2-2, but then once he got that two-leg lead back, there was no stopping him.
59.
Yeah, yesterday this match did go the way of John Worsley 4 legs to 1, which did include a 106 checkout as well.
59.
Worsley, to me, just out of the whole field, perhaps him and Duff, they just seem to have been statistically the most consistent, but also the most consistent at obviously picking up those wins, which is all important in that race for Saturday.
98.
Kind of a case of the class really rising to the top so far in this group. Before dart was thrown, a lot of people would have said they would be the two
108.
that would be jostling for top place, and it looks like that's the case. But McDermott have a maxi there. Just piling the pressure on the Worsley throw.
42.
Yeah, be seeking out another 20 at least,
65.
just to guarantee that he is on a finish when he returns, because Worsley back on 218, but you'd expect John Worsley right now to be on a better finish.
We'd expect him to hit a treble at least.
52.
But not that one.
And he requires
And it leads him on a bogey.
70.
Yeah, that's a forward. Andy McDermott, at least 6 from this 170. Going to need them all. That's a
93.
good last cover.
And crucially as well for McDermott, this is for break of throw. This would be the perfect start. You get a chance to really put his
24.
feet on the table,
And he
under the table
requires
in this
77.
match.
Single 18. Misses the big number. And
37.
just that element of his match earlier, Andy
require
McDermott, that just let him down slightly. The
142.
outer ring, the set-up play. He was 2 from 13 in his loss against Rick Hessing.
$95. And
Yeah,
he
that lost
requires
to
40.
Hessing would have left him hissing. But if he carries on missing, Then
30.
Worsley's got a chance to take this
John, you
opening
require
leg.
47.
Yeah, big intake of breath there. It's a real chance of Worsley. It's a holder throw, but it's one of those legs that he probably didn't think he'd be afforded so many
27.
chances, and he can't
And
take
you
it.
require 10.
Yeah, just takes a step in. It is close, but it is on the inside, so 5 remaining.
6. John, you require 20.
210 to Worsley to take the opening leg. To eventually take an opening leg, which has been quite scrappy.
Game shot on the first leg.
And the Womble
John
has
Worsley.
dug himself out of that particular hole to lead 1-0. I think I've got the celebrity
Second
lookalike
leg,
for
it's
Andy
Andy to
McDermott,
throw
you know.
first. Game on.
What about the former cricketer Phil Tufnell?
I think you see things differently to me.
70.
I don't know.
Should get a split screen of the pair and see whether there's any comparison or not.
27. $97.
There's going to be people watching this of a certain age that'll be wondering who Phil Tufnell even is.
No, surely not. Everyone must know Tuffers.
Well, I'm a celeb to get me out of here, didn't he, once?
Did.
Great bowler. Excellent bowler.
140.
So, Team Captain, wasn't he, on a question of sport? But it's a question of who's going to hold their nerve here in this fifth game of the session.
$96.
Well, another leg where Andy McDermott got a decisive lead, but we saw him kind of squander that. Missed 5 at the outer ring and took a while to set up.
24. Andy, you require 90.
Worsley way, way back.
Win 18s, but unlike Anthony Allen in the previous match, shall I say, he had the luxury of going the 18s.
42.
Worsley's not made any kind of inroads at all in this game. I know he leads 1-0, but in terms of scoring stakes, he's provided nothing so far.
No, very much night and day between his opening performance
46.
and this one.
Andy,
Chance
you
once again for
require
McDermott.
48.
Not the first time that's happened. And now he's got an awkward lie there. And he's found a
Game shot
way
on the
through.
second leg, Andy McDermott.
That's one of the more bizarre 48 checkouts you'll see.
Yeah,
Third leg,
right
it's
in
John to
that
the
top corner.
reverse.
There wasn't a
Game
lot
on.
of space to look at, but hey, it doesn't matter. It was effective in the end.
$140.
Yeah, that's the second 140 of the match for John Worsley. But as you mentioned, in terms of that power scoring we saw earlier, they are the only 2-ton plus visits to
43.
the board for Worsley.
$100.
You sense that Worsley's got that quality where he can snap out of it if he needs to, but he didn't play too great in this fixture yesterday either.
28.
Yes, he had the 106 finish, but he only averaged 75 in getting rid of McDermott 4-1.
$5.
Yeah, it's strange. Sometimes you just can play players that you just... I would say there are players that may disrupt your rhythm. I don't think Andy
135.
McDermott is one of those players, but there are players that you just kind of just don't kick into gear against.
$24. 85.
And Worsley, despite upping that scoring, we've seen a 140 and a ton, but then unfortunately backs it up with scores of 5 and 24. Potentially could find himself on the back foot once again.
58.
Well, Worsley will feel like he's got 6 on 176. Yes, McDermott's on a finish, but he hasn't found a ton plus checkout yet this week.
52. And do you require 152?
Worsley hasn't made best use of that opportunity and that turn he had. He's going to come back, but it should have been smaller than 124.
96. John, you require 124.
Yeah, McDermott on a 2 dart checkout if he does get the opportunity to come back. Treble 18 now has to be the target for Worsley, and he pulls it into the 1, so McDermott could stretch his lead to 2-1.
41. And do you require 56?
I feel like the most important dart here is the single after what happened in the previous leg, and that's why.
36.
And the problem is he's
John, you
giving himself
require
less
83.
opportunities, and against a player like John Worsley, every chance you got, you need to take.
Yeah, 80 remaining. Finds the first tops. Can he find the second for a 2-1 lead? He can indeed.
John,
What an
the
adjustment
third
that
leg.
was
John
after the
Worsley.
disappointment of hitting the 3. Tops is found, and John Worsley leads 2-1.
And
Fourth
Andy
leg, it's Andy
McDermott
to
must
throw
be
first.
thinking, opportunity missed. John Worsley playing nowhere near his best. He's had opportunities to win all 3 of the legs in this contest, but finds himself 2-1 down.
Yeah, I agree, and it's not necessarily just the inefficiencies around the outer ring. That
125.
setup play that we've seen, it's on 2 occasions where he's just missing the big number. And as you mentioned before, you just can't afford to do it because, as you can see, you'll get punished.
I point you to lesson 1 of the Rod Harrington School of Darts.
56.
Lesson 1 before you can even write your name on a notepad and your jotter book. Don't miss the big number.
We say it so often, but
100.
sitting here, it's easy for us to say.
$81. 58.
And I imagine this will be really quite frustrating
41.
for both players, really. But John Worsley is leading the match 2 legs to 1, but again, he's trailing in the leg, and he's having to rely on McDermott to just kind of fluff his lines when it comes to the end of
58.
these legs, which he is doing, which is then leading to his frustration. It's a strange match, this one.
It's one of them games where I don't think a player's going to win, but maybe another player's going to lose. It's not been a match
96.
that's
And do you require
sparkled with
106?
moments of individual brilliance. And that's not going to change with the 160 right there.
He's persevering with the treble 20, but first 2 darts acting like a real blocker, having to move right across.
60.
Can't quite lift it over the top.
Well, luckily for Rodney, he's got time on his hands.
$85. And do you require 100?
We saw Worsley get tops in the previous leg, but Dermot is going to do something similar.
60.
But he's going to come back
you
for 3 of
require
them if Worsley cannot
142.
convert the 142.
Yeah, which he can't. So a chance once again for McDermott to level us back up.
42. And do you require 40?
So double top.
Game shot
To
on the
level
4th
up.
flag. Andy McDermott.
And it's 2 apiece between John Worsley and Andy McDermott.
5th flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
Neil Duff hasn't played since game 2.
125.
He was a big winner there, and he'll feel like an even bigger winner regardless of the outcome of this, because he's looked at everybody else around him in the table, and they have not made any kind of imprint at all.
No, I agree. And I mentioned right at the beginning, John Worsley is top of the table, but Neil Duff is on the same amount of points. There's just 3 legs that separate them in terms of legs 1. John Worsley's on 25, Neil Duff on 22. A tight result here for Worsley with McDermott. This is a group that sometimes might have the feeling that it could go right the way down to leg difference.
54.
Of course, Players' Championship action today, which continues in Leicester, the Mattioli Arena.
139.
Couple of Super Series players playing in that, because Jules Van Dongen and Tim Walters will not be playing, which includes Bo Greaves and Stefan Bell. We'll talk a bit more about that in the next leg, because Worsley looking at 156 and plenty of time from this point to lead 3-2.
And could this be the turning point in the match for Worsley?
60.
Much better scoring, more consistent. First time he's actually really been in control of a leg.
It was a bit more like a Worsley leg, isn't it? On the 2 darts after 12.
96.
Looks a bit more normal for the 1 ball. It's not a bad guy for the treble there. Utilised it perfectly. 888.
80.
Not in any rush.
$43. Johnny requires 16.
So for Worsley to take the lead once again, and that should be a good guide, just on the inside.
Yeah,
uses it well. 3-2 to John Worsley within 1 now of the match.
6th flag. It's Andy to throw first.
Not
Game
a
on.
classic, but Worsley just doing his job. Mentioned Bo Greaves and Stefan Bell were playing on the Pro Tour today.
134.
Both eligible to play here, and they've not played in this series yet.
Yeah, Bo Greaves, one exceptional start to 2025. She's had
85.
top of the Challenge Tour, top of the Women's Series, top of the Development Tour table as well. I mean, has there been anyone else that's been top of 3 PDC ranking tables?
No. I can hardly think of 2 players at the top of the 2 Dev Tour and Challenge Tour before. Incredible achievement from Bo Greaves. Ran Luke Humphreys very close at the UK Open. And I can imagine everybody on the Women's Series hoping she gets a tour card next year.
96.
I understand the thinking, but honestly, she's a delight to watch and so good for the women's game as well as she is just for darts in general. So, but very, very dominant. Very dominant. But across more than just the Women's Series, as we can see.
She's a good dart player.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a good visit there from John Worsley. Perfectly timed. First maximum of the match for him.
Require 108.
For the match, Worsley had finishes of 105 and 106 yesterday. This in similar range because he only needs 1 treble to leave the double, and the double is double 14, and that's some way to finish it off.
John Worsley.
It wasn't John Worsley at his sparkling best, but he gave us a glimpse of it to finish off. He's beaten Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 2. He moves on to 12 points. He don't quite know what kind of performance he put in there, but he'll be happy enough with the points, even if the darts he threw were maybe to his displeasure. Next up, Neil Duff, Rick Hessing.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44.
32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, John Worsley got the better of Andy McDermott by 4-2. Next up for us, Neil Duff and Rick Hessing go toe-to-toe. And for Neil Duff, he can go top of the table if he can dislodge the man at the bottom of the pile in Rick. For Neil, he has been the best performer so far today, and there is no question or debate about it. 100.2, 4-180s, 40% on his doubles in his opening match against Anthony Allen. He has already proved, particularly when you look at the performances of the players thereafter, that he is the force to beat in this Group A. And for Rick Hessing, there is a possibility this could be a little bit of a baptism of fire. Neil Duff won this game by 4-0 on
First
Monday.
leg, it's Neil to throw
Averaging
first.
85.89, 4
Game
from
on.
12 on his doubles. Pretty much a typical Neil Duff performance that to beat Rich yesterday, but if he carries on in any kind of vein that he was like in his opening game, then
100.
it's going to be a long day, not just for Rick, but for everybody else in the group.
Yeah, but in terms of the actual table, despite Worsley not playing at his
6.
brilliant best, he's still got that 4-2 win over McDermott, which puts him top on 12 points. So it is still Neil Duff that is chasing Worsley in terms of table topping.
95.
But as you say, in terms of performance, Neil Duff so far been the standout of the day.
57.
Yeah, that match we were talking about yesterday, Hessing just afforded the 2 chances at the outer ring, and I think that just shows how dominant the scoring
59.
power of Neil Duff, how much that is over some of the other players in the field.
And yes, he hit 4 180s in his opening match, but the basis of his game is mainly upon
100.
picking apart 2 treble turns on a consistent basis, constantly plotting his way down to a different path in the leg, visit after visit.
6.
You don't usually see him stranded, you usually see him moving forward, and he's kind of just doing what he has to do here, lazing about in this opening leg and getting the results he needs.
57.
Now, also in terms of pace, these two definitely rattling through this opening leg.
140. $24. Neil, you require
The opening leg, 6
47.
starts on 47. Double top.
Game shot
Neil
on the
Duff
first
one up.
leg. Neil Duff.
Smack bang in the middle of the bed. A perfect dart at tops and a perfect start for the Duff man.
Second leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on.
For Neil,
86.
he's won a WDF World Championship. I think he's the first to admit that maybe in terms of the seniors majors, he could have done maybe a little bit better in one or two. He has made some
95.
semi-finals, but I think he's the type that whatever he goes in, he expects to win. But here, yes, he's won 4 weekly titles. But I get the feeling
45.
that for Neil, there'll be a legacy unfulfilled in this building if he doesn't win a Champions Week.
Yeah, I agree with you because for
41.
me, Neil Duff, as you said just then, he goes into every tournament almost expecting, because he just expects a lot of himself, and he's backed it up by winning things like the WDF World
55.
Championships, that he just wants his hands on every single trophy. But there's not many people that can say that they've won 4 weekly titles, 5 if you include the specials week, and so having that one missing off
140.
the trophy cabinet shelf, it probably hurts him a bit.
Well, he said on Saturday he wanted to take the trophy off of Robert Thornton. Well, he did
140.
take the trophy off of Robert, but then handed it to Andreas in the final. But this is a serial winner, a man that
65.
hasn't really come to his best until later on in the game. He was a late bloomer in the sport. But it's fair to say he's made up for lost time.
99. Neil, you require 160.
To be fair, he spent a lot of that time here in Portsmouth. I mean, I'm pretty sure he did a 3-week stretch at one point.
100.
Played a Champions
Rick,
Week,
you
played a
require
Specials Week, and then
76.
played Week 1 of the next series. Double top.
56. Neil, you require 60.
Tops for 2-0.
Game shot on the
And it
second
is
leg.
2-0
Neil
to the
Duff.
Duffman.
I'm not saying that Neil's been here at the Live Lounge a lot, but the
Third
Milkman
leg,
knows him
it's
on
Neil
first
to
name
throw
basis.
first. Game on. $99.
Has been back-to-back 17 dart legs for Neil Duff.
60.
You're thinking of his openers match. It was all 4 legs won in 15. He's not far off that pace here in his second match.
135.
Dominant, professional display from Neil Duff.
60.
And now going through the gears.
140.
Yeah, Neil Duff there threatening another maximum. Couldn't quite find it, but once again,
135.
firmly in control
We
of this
require
third leg.
127.
6 darts and 127. Is going to need the full quota of it to open up a 3-0 lead.
95.
And leave himself on double 16 after a dozen upon his return.
128.
Yeah,
Neil, you
good
require
response from Rick
32.
Hessing, but could all be academic. Neil stares down, double 16, double 8 now the target.
24. Rick, you require
Yeah,
118.
just on the inside, so 118 here for Hessing.
Triple 20. Would have left double 19. And so Duff returns to double 4
Neil, you
to open up a
require 8.
3-leg gap in this contest. And you feel it'd be an insurmountable lead for Rick Hessing to try and chase.
6.
But chance they come and gone, and Hessing's going to
Rick,
get a
you
couple here
require
to
60.
bring it back to within 1.
Unable to lift it over the top and
40.
can't find double 10. So
Neil, you
more chances
require
once again
2.
here for Neil Duff.
The Madhouse. puts
Edge
Neil
on
Duff
the
on the
third
hill.
leg,
He leads
Neil
3-0.
Fourth flag, it's Rick to throw first. Game on. $59.
We said for Rick Hessing, didn't we, at the start of the day, that just trying to build on where he was yesterday. Did that in his
78.
opening match, winning 4-2. Runs into Neil Duff, but I think Neil is going to be that player that's going to try and do this to absolutely every player in the field, and he's
60.
got it well within his arsenal as well.
Well, 7 legs played, 7 legs won. It's been an absolute decimation of the
100.
field up to press from the Duff man. And look, this is a double-edged thing as well, because if he wins this game, he's won both matches 4-0.
61.
Not just he sent out statements, but if John Worsley keeps winning games, he's going to have to keep winning games big. Because in terms of legs difference, it gives Neil Duff a
80.
real heads up. In fact, it'd be plus 17 in comparison to plus 16 at this present moment in time in terms of the legs difference. So Neil Duff whittling away
90.
the advantage that John Worsley had in that particular department.
$46.
Yeah, a bit of a slip there from Neil Duff, just giving Hessing a bit of a chance. It needs to try and leave something.
44.
Yeah, and the last art just kind of floats into the 5. So Neil Duff seeking out a treble. Can't find a big treble himself.
55.
So he leads on full 2 to win 4-0. But this time round, it's going to be under pressure. And
You
credit
require
to
142.
Rick Hessing for that. This leg not a formality. May not even be in his leisure at all.
62.
Oh, Hessing
Rick, you
has had a
require
couple of
58.
attempts at pinning a double. Should get 2 more here. Misses the single number, so has to adjust 1 for tops. And tops
Gage
is
on the
found.
full flag, Rick Hessing.
Well, credit to Rick because he has been outplayed for large swathes of this
Fifth
contest.
flag, it's Neil to throw first.
Given that one real
Game
gilt-edged
on.
chance to save the contest, he takes. And if he didn't find the tops, Duff was back for 80 to finish it off.
140.
But on throw here, the Duff man looking to settle a second win from 2 and to put in a second decent performance of the day.
$61.
Neil Duff looking to back up the 140 with another 2 treble visit at least.
140.
Which he does.
$60.
So 6 starts from 2-2-1 for Neil Duff to seal a second consecutive win. And in doing so, would go top of the table over John Worsley
57.
by way of legs difference.
I was going to say
6.
164.
Do we
He has the
require
option not to go for it,
164?
but knowing someone like Neil, I think he might ball the target for the match, and ball
Gage
is
shot,
found
and
for
the
a
match,
wonderful
Neil
164 checkout for Neil Duff. Does emerge victorious 4 legs to 1 over Rick Hessing. Rick Hessing fighting to stay in the match, but wasn't enough in the end, and it's Neil Duff who remains victorious and now finds himself top of the table. Averages for that 86.61, plays 71.93. And coming up next, Andy McDermott will take on Anthony Allen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 6 games down on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Rick Kessie by 4 legs on. So that means after a couple of rounds of play today, Neil Duff and John Worsley are both tied at the top of the table on 12 points. Neil Duff with just a slender advantage due to legs difference. Kevin Edwards 4 points back on 8. He's in the final Group B position, but one of Anthony Allen and Andy McDermott will move to within a couple of points of Flatliner if they can win this game. Allen and McDermott both on 4. One will apply the pressure to Kevin Edwards in 3rd position in the table. And Kevin Edwards has to play Neil Duff next as well. So there is a real chance that one of these two can really open themselves up and put themselves in the conversation in terms of the race and the mix for Group B later on in the week. In terms of today, Andy McDermott lost both his games by 4 legs to 2. Anthony Allen lost 4-0 to...
First leg, it's Andy to
and
throw
on point,
first.
Neil Duff averaged over a ton in his first
Game
match.
on.
And then beat Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 3 in a game which neither player could really truly get going in. It'd be interesting to see how the pair get along in their 3rd match of the day.
Yeah, I think it will. I think both of them will
99.
sense the opportunity to just close that gap on 3rd place. As you mentioned, Anthony Allen and Andy McDermott both on 4 points. Opportunity for one of them to go within 2 points of Kevin Edwards, who sat in 3rd. You mentioned that match where Anthony Allen did get the better of Kevin Edwards earlier on today, but Edwards did threaten that 9 darter. There was a bit of a comeback on the cards, but he staved it off, did Shaggy.
100.
The fact he's got the first one under his belt may just give him the confidence to move forward for the rest of the day. And he'll look at his next couple of
21.
matches and probably really fancy the task now.
$140.
And I think for me, McDermott, he's looked really comfortable at times, but then really, really struggled at other points.
93. Anthony require 161.
So Allen looking at 161. He's got 6 starts on this point, and he's going to need the 6 starts to
41.
get the break in the opening leg of the contest. Well, the 2 top plus finishes we've seen today have been to finish matches. John Worsley against Andy
134.
McDermott, Neil Duff
Anthony
to beat
require
Rick
120.
Kessing. Allen isn't going to start a game with a ton plus checkout. So McDermott back for 95 to take the opener.
50. Andy require 95.
Goes double, double. Another one of those.
57. Anthony requires 7.
Doesn't find the second double 18, so 70 required here. Finds the first for double 8.
54.
Not to be,
Andy
so
require
McDermott,
38.
despite going double-double, could have been posed with a choice to make, but decides to persevere on the 19s. And now it's very awkward for him. But he finds a
on
way
the first
through.
leg, Andy McDermott.
Change of angle, change of outcome. 1-0 McDermott.
Second leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, McDermott did quite well there with that last start, because double 19, obviously, is one of those numbers that you just don't want to go inside because you don't want to split, because then you're chasing the single
140.
number. I just decided to go for it.
$78.
I suppose this is a bit of a different experience for Anthony, because now he's got to look at
97.
this group, and particularly the players he's alongside, and he would look at himself as the experienced campaigner of the lot, which probably hasn't been a case of him much before.
81.
No, absolutely. It's a real mixed bag, isn't it? I think you could actually say that for pretty much the whole week. It feels like a very open week where if someone can just take
81.
that initiative, just step up. And I think so far for me, that person really has been Neil Duff to date. But you've got to keep that consistent and play it right through to the end.
58.
All about keeping on, keeping on.
Yeah, 120 scored.
126.
63 remaining. Went for treble 13.
So Alan coming back for 57 to level up at 1-1. And an opportune bounce out. But
120. Anthony
the
requires.
recovery of the last start
57.
leaves himself on a finish. But he's not going to get a look at the 164 as Alan levels up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. .42.
It was Andrew McDermott yesterday that narrowly once again edged out
43.
Anthony Allen 4 legs to 3. 4 legs to 3 seemed to be a bit of a theme of the day for Anthony Allen. Unfortunately, he was just on the wrong side of them.
$125. $140. $59. $47.
And I think that's becoming a bit of a bugbear for Anthony Allen. That third dart, it's just a little bit too loose on occasion. You saw it going to the 7 there, and you'll see it from the reaction from Anthony Allen.
135.
When it happens once, you can write it off, but just like that, when it continues to happen, you're just costing yourself
95.
opportunities.
Andy require 100.
I mean, conceivably, he should be on a finish now, but McDermott's been given 6 from this 140. But ironically, he now strays into the 5 to Rodders.
49.
Yeah, the lie of that dart awkward, as was that one, and then as that
43,
last
Andy
dart that
require
just
91.
strays ever so slightly.
$41.
So Alan 133
Check
to
43. Anthony require 133.
take a 2-1 lead in this contest and to get the breaker throw. Not to be this time, so McDermott's going to get a couple. At least he should get a couple. There was a few occasions in his previous match against John Worsley where
29.
he was presented with an
Andy
opportunity
require
like this,
48.
and he either missed the big number or he missed the board. No mistake about that one.
Yeah, needs to adjust across the oche, trying to find the right angle once
16.
again. Anthony Allen
require
moved back for 104.
104.
He's got a nice guide there. But unable to take out. So McDermott's going to get 3 more in his hand.
Andy require 32.
And can he find a route through?
No score.
He can't. 3 more opportunities
Anthony
for McDermott to stretch
requires
his lead.
16.
Come on, God. And Anthony Allen now staring down double 8.
No score.
Yeah, and a wild last one
Andy
there for Anthony
require
Allen.
32.
It's like a game of pass the parcel in this leg, isn't it? Opportunities being handed one to the other.
Game shot on the third
Andy
leg.
McDermott
Andy
eventually gets the third leg in his name. He leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, when they aren't quite flowing in the way that you want them to, sometimes it's quite hard, especially in this kind of format where you know it's game after game. It's trying to keep that level of positivity that you need to
59.
kind of produce your best starts.
Anthony looking to become the second player from Coventry to make it through to Champions Week in
60.
Series 10 after Jensen Walker, also from that neck of the woods, won Week 2. Now that's a bit of a sporting
30.
hotbed at this present moment in time. Frank Lampard's
59.
doing some sterling work with Coventry City. They're into the playoffs now in the Championship. And we've got some top darters from that part of the world as well.
100. 30.
Yeah, Anthony Allen, every time in this match, he gets himself into a position where he looks like he can forge forward, just seems to have a really badly timed throw.
58. 108.
Yeah, but a superb response there. Leaves himself on 72, but it's the first maximum of this encounter.
And with a chance to
46. Anthony requires
square this match up
72.
at 2 apiece. So plenty of time to do exactly that. Tops.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
full
done.
flag. Anthony Allen.
And we are back at an even kilter. Back at 2-2.
Yeah, finished off that
Fifth
last
leg,
leg.
it's
Anthony
Andy to
Allen
throw
visits
first.
of 180 and then
Game on.
72 in 3.
$81. 81. 54.
Now, there's actually been a couple of changes as well to the Pro Tour because Carl Snead's actually going to be playing today as well. Nathan Aspinall's pulled out.
108.
So the Bomber, who we saw make a semi-final earlier on in this series, will be playing on the Pro Tour this afternoon too. And there's been some
42.
intriguing ties drawn out the hat of the Pro Tour. Now, Carl Snead, of course, made the quarterfinals last time, plays Dom
140.
Taylor in the first round. Stefan Belmont takes on Jan van Veen. Bo Greaves takes on Justin Hood.
40.
Ross Smith,
Anthony
Dimitri van den
require
Berg in the
100.
first round. Anthony Allen looking for an 11 darter.
Game shot on
Gets
the
a
fifth
ton,
leg.
gets a
Anthony
break.
Allen.
And may be making his move in this match.
Yeah, the end of
Sixth
that
leg,
fourth
it's
leg just
Anthony to
seems
throw
to have really
first. Game on.
lit a flame under Anthony Allen. Now making a charge for the finish line. Got the
77.
advantage of throw, but that was a wicked bounce out.
$57.
Yeah, this would be the third consecutive match that Andy McDermott's found himself in this position, trailing 3-2.
97.
Other two results went the way of his opponent, 4-2.
A case of close but not quite close enough for Andy on this
97.
Tuesday morning. Anthony Allen now just looking to press home. He's got the advantage. He now just wants to
59.
rub a stamper here, dot the I's and cross the T's.
$97.
Yeah, McDermott just fighting to stay in the tie. And
57.
is that an opportunity afforded by Anthony Allen there to Andy McDermott?
$58.
Well, if it was, he hasn't been able to take advantage of it. So Anthony Allen, 6 starts here from 2-11 to claim a 4-2 win. It
6.
moved him on to 6 points in the group, a couple behind Kevin Edwards at the top of the Group B conversation.
We mentioned before we had 108 from Worsley to win the match,
64.
164 in the last
Anthony
encounter.
require 151.
4-0 Duff. Anthony Allen won't be adding the 151 to it.
41.
Dermot Run
you
2-8 to
require
save it, but Alan hasn't quite
128.
made inroads. Again, a untimely slip of his last dart. And so the task should have been much more simpler than the 110 for Anthony.
88.
And McDermott has
Anthony
left himself on
require
tops if this
110.
doesn't go. 12-18. Leaves the double. For back-to-back tub plus checkout to win it, not
74.
quite.
Andy, you require 40.
So for 3 apiece. Double 10 now the target and pulls it
score.
into double 15. Massive opportunity
Anthony,
come and gone for
require
Andy McDermott.
36.
So for the match, double 18.
Game shot
Anthony
and the
Allen
match.
moves to
Anthony
within
Allen.
2 points of a Group B spot. He beats Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 2. Not quite sure what the finger point was all about, but he's pointing in the right direction. Anthony Allen 4, Andy McDermott 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are just around the halfway point and we are about to see Neil Duff, who is our current table topper, taking on Kevin Edwards, who has yet to pick up a win today. Won 4 out of 5 matches yesterday, but has come undone against the likes of Anthony Allen and John Worsley in his opening 2 matches. Neil Duff has been the top performer of the day, kicked us off with a 100 average in a 4-0 victory over Anthony Allen. and then backed it up with a 4-1 win over Rick Hessing. For me, we're getting to that point for Edwards, if he's got any chance of threatening the top two, which is Neil Duff and John Worsley. We want to be picking up a win here. But Neil Duff, I feel, is going to make that rather difficult.
First.
The way he's been playing today, he has been streets in front of the rest of the field. 100.2 averaging game 1, 86 averaging game 2, and that was kind of on the back of a residual slide towards the back end of the contest. But he did finish off with 164 against Rick Hessing. But one thing that we have learnt on this Tuesday is Neil Duff is the man to beat in this group, and he is now looking to
100.
Open up a vital grip of the group. Next few matches are really important. Duff plays Edwards, then Worsley takes on Hessing, but it's in the next round of games where John Worsley takes on Neil Duff, and that's going to be the last game of the fourth cycle of games. So for the top two, you get the sense that the
100.
next hour or so can have a big bearing on how the situation lies going into tomorrow's play.
Yeah, the margins really are quite tight. There's just the one leg difference between the
55.
top two. Neil Duff on 17 with John Worsley on 16, but both at 12 points apiece. It's going to come down to the wire if they continue in the same vein.
125.
Well, Duff again getting off to a strong start. Hasn't left himself on a finish after 9, but he's taken the throw off of Kevin Edwards, who needed a couple of trebles to
58.
really make severe inroads. And so the Duff man 6 and 176 to get the break and to take out the opening leg.
60.
And for the majority, I think with Kevin Edwards, he hasn't really been struggling too much on his scoring power. That's been quite consistent, but it's been those chances he has created at the outer ring, hasn't been able to convert. As Neil Duff looks for single 19, which leaves him tops for the opening leg.
76. Kevin, you require
Able to get. So would there be an irony if Kevin Edwards takes out this 164? But it's not going to be like rain on your wedding day.
100.
Apparently
You
that's good
require 40.
Is it?
I think that's just what they say to
Yeah,
people,
it's
but
on the
that's
first
good
leg.
from Neil
Neil
Duff as he takes the opening leg.
Never knew that.
I might have made it up. I think it rained on my wedding day.
Neil to throw first. Game on. $140.
Alanis Morissette, wasn't it, with that song?
Yes, a little bit ironic. Yes. Yeah, maybe that's where I've got it from. I was a massive Alanis Morissette fan growing up.
59.
Kevin Edwards, I feel like he's stuck in a traffic jam when he's already late.
60.
And today has been the complete converse of what happened on Monday, where
60.
in terms of his numbers, he was fairly good, 84 average, the doubling was decent. It's the type of performance where you are going to pick points up, but just hasn't been able to keep up to them levels over a sustained course on Tuesday.
$60.
No, but we've seen a lot of darts like that from Edwards that just really well thrown all round it, just not quite in it, and he's been made to pay for them.
41.
That's more like it.
100.
Much more like it. And that just poses the question of Neil Duff in a leg where, for large swathes of it, he looked like all but the winner. But now
Kevin,
it's
you
open
require
for interpretation.
142.
Edwards' first poke of the 142 to square back up.
Yeah, treble 14 would have left tops. Now just looking to tee something up and hope Neil Duff
94.
cannot convert
You
this
require
100.
100.
Double top.
60.
Both well-thrown darts, both very
Kevin, you
close to the
require
wire, but neither
48.
find a way in. And so Edwards comes back for 48 to square up a one apiece. Single leaves the double.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah,
Kevin
break
Edwards.
straight back there by Kevin Edwards. When they met yesterday, it was 4-1 to Neil Duff.
Third
Neil
leg,
Duff
it's
posting
Kevin to
another
the
plus
reverse.
90 average.
Game on.
The doubling was perhaps the best point of that particular contest. 4 out of 6 on the doubles in that game.
55. $140.
And it's that type of scoring power which we were mentioning earlier has kind of been the key towards his successes over the last 2-3 years. What helped him in parts to lift in the Lakeside title. Can you believe that's nearly 3 years ago now?
Yeah, I know. It's doesn't feel like that long ago, but
100.
yeah, we've seen 2 more Lakeside champions crowned at the WDF.
Andy Bartons and Shane McGurk. No prizes for
99.
guessing who won the women's tournaments the last couple of years.
Yeah, Bo's dominance has been unreal.
100.
I have a decision to make as to whether she goes for the 4-peat or whether she goes to Alexandra Palace. I'm sure that's going to be a topic of conversation which is going to be spoken about throughout the course of 2025.
43.
Yeah, and potentially
Now you
a
require
tough decision for her as well,
161.
because I know how much she wants to retain that world title. She wants to be a world champion once again, but she's really now starting to make inroads and
100.
enjoying herself
Kevin, you require
in the PDC as well. It's a good decision to try and have to make, though, isn't it, to be in that position?
Well, they're tough
56.
choices, but they're the
Now we
type of
require
decisions that you've
61.
kind of warranted by years of hard work. Double 18. It's a bit like a footballer thinking, who do I go to? Liverpool, Arsenal,
43.
Chelsea,
Kevin, you require 108.
maybe not Man United. But you could go to their nice brand new swanky ground. Edwards looking to break ground by getting the Shanghai at 18.
72. Now you require 18.
So Duff here to break straight back. Working his way in. And
Yeah,
does
he's on
find
the
the
third
target.
leg.
2-1
Neil
Duff.
Duff.
And a nice little fist pump. You knew that was an important dart.
Fourth flag.
Because
it's
things
Neil to
could have
throw
got a little
first.
bit complicated.
Game
That was Avril Lavigne, by the way. But Duff 2-1 to the good and now looking to stretch his advantage from this point onwards.
140.
Also on the Pro Tour, some interesting first round ties today. Gerwin Price will take on Adam Lipscomb, someone we saw here plenty of times last year.
125.
Michael Van Gerwen against Jelle Klassen. Luke Littler against Nico Springer. Johnny Clayton against Nick Kenny.
60.
I like the look of Darryl Pilgrim against Martin Lukman, I have to say. Stephen Bunting, Mensa Suljevic. That'll be a tough one.
45.
Josh Rock against Mickey Mansell. Ryan Searle against Alan Suter. Just some of the and oh my! Just had a look at this one. That's popped up on the screen. Has jumped out at me. Darryl Gurney against Callum
44.
Ridds.
Yeah, there are some good ties. Another one that was a favourite here. Cam Crabtree taking on Jermaine Watamina.
101.
Yeah, we always keep our eyes on young Cam whenever he's here.
$94. Neil, you require 90.
And Neil Duff now looking to break that trend of breaks in this match.
Yeah,
Does
on the fourth flag.
perfectly
Neil
pinned
Duff.
2 dart checkout on 90 to go within 1 of the match.
Foot on the
Fifth
gas.
flag, it's Kevin
14
to throw
darter
first.
for Neil
Game on.
Duff to move too clear with Kevin Edwards. Just when he could have been stuck in a bit of a pickle because Edwards did have the chance to go 2-1 up. Didn't take the opportunity. And so Duff
60.
now looking to close this game out, having survived a little bit of a scare. He maybe can see the finishing line somewhat from this point onwards.
140.
Yeah, fourth visit of 140, 4-0 Duff. And as you mentioned, it's those two treble visits that really are doing the damage here.
76. 130.
He looks streets ahead of everybody else, and it's hardly looked as if he's broken sweat yet. Which is probably the biggest compliment you can pay him, but also the biggest worry for the rest of the field. Duff leaving himself on 130 to get the job done.
55. Neil, you require 130.
Yeah, and he's been afforded 6 from here. Double 5 for the match, and double 5 is pinned, and that is another ton plus checkout for Neil Duff to seal a 4-1 victory over Kevin Edwards. Neil Duff now planted himself firmly at the top of the table, hasn't dropped a match today, and looking very strong indeed. And the average is there for Neil Duff, 94.81, 4 out of 11 on the outer ring, including that 130 checkout. And coming up next, we've got Rick Hessing as he faces John Worsley.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the Modus Super Series. It's Tuesday afternoon and we are midway through the session. Before the break, Neil Dove got his third win on the spin, getting the better of Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 1. And so he is on to 14 points, too clear of John Worsley. Now also looking to really build an advantage in terms of the legs difference column. Worsley takes on Rick Hessing, bottom of the table, but he has won his first game on the live lounge stage today. He got the better of Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 2 to kick off his campaign.
First leg,
He
it's
then
Rick to throw
moves
first.
out 4-1 to Neil Dove. But for John Worsley,
Game on.
2 completely contrasting performances to kickstart his session. Started beautifully. Average of 96, 4-1 against Kevin Edwards, and suddenly we thought
96.
maybe the Womble has come out to play today. But then, yes, he beat Andy McDermott 4-2, but there was a big regression in terms of performance.
41.
Yeah, I think the one thing that John Worsley can take from that, other than the fact that he won, which is it's the main goal when you're playing up there. Very much good at the back end of the match.
60.
Really did improve and kind of forge ahead to win 4-2. But as you say, very tentative start in the second match for Worsley.
$121.
Yep, but already been a better day for that man there, Rick Hessing.
140.
So Hessing here is going to get 6 starts and 205 to
38.
take the opening leg of this contest.
$83.
Yeah, good adjustment there by Hessing after the first, pulls into the 3. John Worsley finding himself way back and struggling to find a big
26.
treble. Has to settle for
Ricky
26 in the end. So 1-2-2 for
122.
Hessing for an opening leg.
Went 25 first, but couldn't locate. And so all about squaring up, and he's going to
82.
do exactly that, leaving himself on double top upon his return.
$108.
Always happens that, doesn't it?
Ricky
Yeah,
requires
but this tapping on the
40.
shoulder of Hessing, giving him something to think about. Pulls the first low, goes inside on the 10, so double 5.
35.
Once again low, and that
Johnny
180
require 95.
could prove vital here for John Worsley.
May just give him an opportunity. Attacks the 95. Looked at double-double, unable to get. But what he has
55.
done is left
Ricky
himself on
require
tops.
5.
And Hessing scrambling around for 5.
Yeah, does make sure of the single number to leave double 2. Just a little lift over the top.
3.
And it's just a bit too much on
Johnny
it.
require 40.
And so top to Worsley to get an unexpected break. He was a long way back in this leg.
Yeah, and the lie of that other dart, yeah, you can see that's awkward.
No score. Ricky require 2.
So the madhouse for Hessing.
Game shot on the
And
first
it goes
leg. Rick
eventually
Hessing.
to take the opening leg of this match.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $31.
Yeah, Worsley just seems to be struggling slightly since that opening win, which was, as we mentioned, so dominant over Edwards.
60.
But it is strange what's changed in terms of dynamic, because
62.
Okay, you can have a game like that and then maybe regress to an 82 and 83, but I think when he put in that performance to start with, we did not expect this to be the mean that he'd regress to.
59.
No, and he's come into the week and he's come into today still as favourite to top this group.
$100. 93.
Yeah, good last there by Rick Hessing.
$81. 140.
Well, Hessing here with that 140 has led himself first to a finish for the second consecutive leg. He's outpowering and outscoring John Worsley, who is one of the best scorers when he gets going here in the live lounge.
Chasing round once again for a treble. Can't find a big treble.
170.
Worsley here on the big fish, looking for two big trebles. Finds one. Finds a second ball for the big fish.
100
in the 10. So if he does return, he's tops remaining.
90.
Can't believe he doesn't think Rick can't take out the 90.
Game shot
And the 90 goes.
Rick Hessing.
Bang in the middle of the ball to lead 2-0.
Third leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on.
Just looks like he's just going through the motions a little bit, just recomposing his thoughts in the corner of the stage.
100.
Yeah, whilst we've commented on the fact that John Worsley just hasn't quite been at his brilliant best when it comes to the
35.
scoring stages after the first match. You have to give credit to Rick Hessing as well, who really has improved from his first day.
And that's all you can ever ask of a player. Whatever happens, to be better today than you were yesterday. That's all you can ever ask, to be a better version of yourself.
98. 46. 81.
And again, you're just seeing that kind of scratch of the head. There's been a few loose starts from Worsley.
38.
And there's almost a sense of urgency from Rick Hessing. He senses this is a real opportunity and one he's trying to grasp with both hands. It's just getting that right balance of not wanting it too much, but just doing enough to get yourself over the line.
6.
I think what's helping as well is he's looking at his opponent and he's just not finding anything at this present moment in time. And it doesn't look like he's forcing the issue, Rick. And I think that's something we've got to give credit about. His demeanour hasn't really changed, has it? When things have gone well and things have gone against, he's kind of just kept that real level-headed approach to things. Put it this way, he'd be a tough player to play poker against.
Yeah, we definitely have some players far more expressive than others.
Put it this way, I wouldn't mind playing blackjack with Richie Burnett. And the worst bit is, he'd be the man who'd be dealing the cards.
Require 144.
A 144 required. We saw Worsley miss the 170, but it's not going to add a 144.
60. Ricky require 108.
Well, double 19 would have been to have left double 16. Worsley back for
56.
84. May just be
John, you require
a solitary dart at the
84.
bullseye here to get this game back on throw at 2-1.
Yeah, Worsley just steadying himself. He knows this is important. If he's going to win, he's going to have to find a couple of breaks to throw here now against Rick Hessing. Ball now the target.
59.
Narrowly misses once again.
Rick, you require 52.
Well, there's a gilt-edged chance to ensure there is real daylight between these two. Double 10. 3-0
On the
Hessing.
third leg, Rick Hessing.
It's not been the best performance
Fourth leg, it's John to throw
from either
first.
player, but for Hessing it's
Game
been
on.
enough to get 2 priceless points if he can carry on and just take one more from here.
Yeah, and in the context of the table, a loss here from John Worsley would see Neil Duff now
100.
comfortably at the top. And also, if Worsley can't get any legs on the board, then that's going to do some real damage if it does come down to leg difference at the end.
59.
Coming up after this will be the 4th round of matches. This game 9 of the
66.
session. Kevin Edwards will take on Andy McDermott. Anthony Allen up against Rick Hessing. And then the big one is game 12. And for Neil Duff, he could probably put himself there if he can
84.
beat John Worsley. And this result stays the same. Just when we thought that maybe we're going to have a really tight group, people are just beginning to run away from one another.
108.
That their second maximum for John Worsley in this match.
58. John, you require
So 6 darts from
155.
155 to get a leg back. And just underneath and not too far away. That's kind of been the story of John's day in terms of scoring. Hasn't quite found the radar, but he
59.
hasn't been too far away from targets. But he will come back for 96.
$125.
Yeah, after that
John, you
second dart, there was
require
nothing more Rick
96.
Hessing can do, so he's still afforded 6 darts if required for Worsley from this position. Not disastrous. 91 required. Now just looking to set up. 74 left.
$64.
Well, he's going to come back for 32 to get a leg back on the board. It's a long way back, but every trip of 1,000 miles has to start with one small step.
45. John, you require 32.
Is this the foothold that he needed in this game? 2 8s
Gets
to
on the
reduce the
fourth
gap
leg.
to
John
3-1
Worsley.
and to force Rick Hessing here to serve the match out.
Fifth leg, it's Rick to throw first. Game on. $83.
And I guess for Hessing, slightly unknown territory in comparison to the campaign. Yes, he's picked up that one win, but it was a really tight match, a hard-fought victory. Has really got an advantage here, and one that you won't want to let slip, because
140.
when you start seeing a 3-0 lead, then they start clawing back, that pressure starts to mount.
$60. $44.
You get the sense there's a lot of trying
60.
hard right now, knowing that neither player is at their best, but possibly just trying to do too much to try and salvage the situation for themselves.
99.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, because for Worsley, obviously, he's trying to battle still and keep himself in contention for top spot, where Rick Hessing just trying to claw his way up the table, off bottom spot.
94.
Yeah, 3 well thrown darts. Couldn't quite pin a treble, but is the first to have finished. John Worsley back for 158.
60. John, you require
So this
158.
Tick another leg off in terms of the comeback trail. Remember, he was 3-0 behind in this game. Not going to leave himself on a single to double to make it 3-2. That's not going to happen. So can Hessing find the 144 to win this game in some style? There's the first treble. Cannot find with dart 2, and so Worsley will come back for the 98.
96. John, you require 98.
Single 20 leaves 78. Treble 18 would be the normal order of throw, but may opt to go double.
58.
So Rick Hessing to cause a huge surprise. 48 points away from a 4-1 win. It's double 16.
Game shot.
It's wonderful for Rick.
Rick Hessing.
And for John Worsley, it's a defeat that could prove so costly. A 4-1 win for Rick Hessing, his second win of the day. Beginning to move up the table, but John Worsley's beginning to feel the slide, beginning to feel the heat on that stage on Tuesday. Coming up next, Kevin Edwards against Andy McDermott. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are 9 games down on this Tuesday morning, and this is what we have seen. So far, so good. If you're Neil Duff, 3 games, 3 wins, and he has seen everybody else behind him drop points somewhere along the line, because John Worsley lost out 4-1 to Rick Hessing before the break, and this is how the table looks. Neil Duff top, 14 points to his name. John Worsley third behind on 12, but Neil Duff in terms of performances has been the dominant force. Kevin Edwards lost ground on 8, Anthony Allen on 6 now, keeping him company. Kevin plays now against Andy McDermott, and win here for Andy, then he'll be within 2 points of Kevin, and suddenly it looks like the big race is going to be the race to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening, as opposed to possibly who's going to go on and win the group. And for Kevin, you get the sense he kind of needs to get back on the horse here. Couple of defeats in a row. In fact, lost every game, of course, to date. But you just get the sense he just needs that one morale-boosting win, doesn't he?
Yeah, we've seen some brilliant bits, including that miss on the 9th dart for a 9-dart leg on double 12. He's shown the levels that he's got. It's just that consistency or just taking the chance when it came across. But both players find themselves in the same position. Neither have picked up points to date. Every game for Andy McDermott, he has come across for 4 legs to 2.
$54.
We've seen a few games, haven't we, today, and they've just felt a bit edgy. They felt like no one really just took the game and took control of it. And you get the sense, because of the way that the days played out for both Kevin and Andy, that it could be another one very similar.
There's been a couple of games which may be considered under the category of slugfest today, where I think there's a lot of players where there's a fair bit of inexperience. I mean, Kevin's going to be considered one of the experienced players, which when you consider actually how much he's played here and how much he's played on TV, he hasn't actually played too much. So there's no surprise there's going to be games like this over the course of the week as players just basically learn how to deal with the TV cameras.
Yeah, absolutely.
125. $15.
Yeah, Edwards there offering up a real opportunity for Andy McDermott to just take a bit of control, but you feel he needs a treble.
41. $100.
So Edwards leads himself on 92 to take out the opening leg of the contest.
43. Kevin, you require 92.
Will feel like he's got 6.
Yeah, now we'll hope he's got 6.
Andy, you require 150.
And McDermott hasn't got the 150 trick up his sleeve, and so Edwards 2 16s to take leg 1.
Kevin, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg.
Again,
Kevin
that
Edwards
might spur Kevin Edwards on. It was clean, it was crisp, there was no drama.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $87. $60.
Yeah, that first start from Kevin Edwards, 1 in 19 in the end.
100.
That's kind of been the pace of the group today, hasn't it? Kind of 6, 7 visits have been good enough to win legs.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the players will probably have a look back, and depending on how their campaigns go, and that will be the frustration, that there was potentially opportunity there to pinch a few more legs, a few more points, a few more matches. But for a lot of them, as we mentioned, you know, if you're debuting or if you haven't had so much success up here on the Modus Super Series stage, then, you know, it's just a learning process as well.
Chris Mason mentions that this is a completely different sport when you play in front of the lights and the cameras compared to what you're used to on the floor.
Very much so. And then when you couple that with the format being round robin, having those extra chances, as we've mentioned before today, you know, you're so used as a player to, if you lose, that's it, you're kind of out.
There's so much that is so alien about this format comparison. And do you know what's on the quotation? The word plonker, which I can use on TV.
100.
I got it Ofcom
Kevin, you
checked.
require 141.
110 for, sorry, 141 for Edwards. McDermott will come back for the 110.
89. Andy require 110.
Yeah, can't finish now, so Edwards with 52 to double the lead.
69. Kevin, you
There
require
it is.
52.
Rodney U. Plonker. Double top for 2-0.
12. Andy, you require 41.
Top's now the target for McDermott.
Game shot on the second
Same
leg.
target,
Andy
different
McDermott.
outcome, and it's Andy McDermott that levels us up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It's like, you know the infamous bar scene in Only Fools and Horses?
I do, yes.
95.
That wasn't actually meant to happen. Basically, it wasn't meant to happen. He just fell over the bar, but because
44.
he did it once and they liked it so much, they then had to film it again.
I was going to say, because that can't be a natural fall, because you would naturally bend your body. It's just, it's done so well because he just doesn't flinch.
125.
It's like the, you know the Wallace and Gromit film that came out on Christmas Day?
It's a stretch, but yes.
99.
So Peter Kay, who played the policeman, said something ad lib, and the producers at Netflix had to double check to see whether his ad hoc acting actually
36.
broke regulations in terms of what would be categorized as PG or not.
Yeah, sometimes the best moments are those ones that
28.
are improvised.
Still waiting for mine.
You've had a few moments.
I wouldn't say they were best moments, that's for sure.
I'll let everyone else quantify which ones are.
They got a back catalogue. 145 for Edwards to
93.
open up a
Kevin, you
2-1
require
lead in this game.
145. 41.
Yeah, and a scratch of the head there by Kevin Edwards.
$59. Kevin, you require 104.
Plenty of time. 89 left to treble 19. Would have afforded him a data double 16, and so
52.
he's just taking his way through this leg, really, isn't he? McDermott not really applying too much in terms of scoring pressure.
96.
Now, good last, but could be all
Kevin, you
academic.
require 52.
Tapping on the shoulder of Edwards, but 52 is the targets required. 32 now, double 8.
36. Andy, you require 82.
So McDermott 82 for 2-1. Bullseye found brilliantly. It was a leg he was
Game shot on the
severely
third
outplayed
leg.
and
Andy
then finds a
McDermott.
clinical finish like that. And that is why darts could be such a funny sport at times.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
And sometimes
Game
when
on.
you're a player, when you're actually in control of a leg, you afford yourself that little breath, that little bit of relaxation. The adrenaline just dies down ever so slightly, and that is how quick, as you
99.
say, things can just turn around.
This is going to be a real head scratcher, isn't it, for Kevin Edwards? How today has been so contrasting to Monday.
85.
It's the one thing I always like to remind people as well is, when you put the element of humans involved, one day is completely different.
95.
Not even sometimes just one day being different from the next, but one match can be different from the next. You look at John Worsley, for example, that first match, best average that we'd seen from him, and up to that point, best average of the Group A campaign, and then has really dropped
135.
back off.
And that is the jeopardy that this format provides.
99.
And suddenly here, Andy McDermott, who looked like at points in this game, and I mean this with the greatest respect, looked a little bit of a bystander compared to the scoring barrage of Kevin Edwards, has now worked himself in a position
13.
where he's got 6 starts on 208 to stretch 2 clear.
$93.
Yeah, now it's Kevin Edwards really on the back foot.
123. And he require 115.
Solid visit, but it's McDermott who has the first poke. 96 remaining. Double 18 for a 115 and a 3-1 lead.
97. Kevin, you require 145.
Is that a big moment? Or is it just academic towards the end outcome of this leg? Because Edwards isn't going to find the 145.
90.
Covers well
And
for
he
triple with the
require
last. But
18.
McDermott is going to split the double 9, 2 double 8 to move 2 clear.
Gets on the
McDermott can
full
see
flag.
daylight.
Andy
He's
McDermott.
3-1 to the goods.
Yeah, and a sensible option to split and well executed there
Fifth
by Andy
flag. It's
McDermott.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Who's your pick, Laura?
28.
Yeah, at the moment, Andy McDermott just looks firmly in control of this match.
Bit of a head and a nose scratcher, that one.
30.
We know the levels that Kevin Edwards has got, and we've seen it in parts throughout today. He's just got to dig deep now to try and
85.
get the better of Andy McDermott.
$140.
Well, McDermott looking to close it out. And unlike the horse racing at Cheltenham this afternoon, it doesn't look like it's going to be won by a nose.
96.
There's actually a horse named after me in one of the races today.
Is it actually named after you, or is it just a similarity in the name?
58.
It's called Henry's Friend. Only problem is there's too many R's in it. Surely the R's got to be a W in friend, isn't it?
121.
You know what's going to happen?
51.
It's going to finish last, isn't it? It's going to finish last. And of course, just like on the Super Series, if you are having a flutter on Cheltenham, it is
97.
18 plus and gambleaware.org. Edward looking to continue this game.
140.
But McDermott looking to
Kevin,
put
you
in the
require
finishing
74.
touches.
Tops to go within one to pull it
Yeah,
back. And
shot
Kevin
on the
Edwards
fifth
does
leg.
find
Kevin
tops for a
Edwards.
74 finish. He's going to make Andy McDermott serve it out here.
Sixth flag. It's Andy to throw first.
So,
Game on.
Andy McDermott.
$60. $59.
Andy McDermott opened up with a troublous visit, but Kevin Edwards couldn't punish, and now McDermott back in. And this could hurt.
140. $100. 45. 54.
McDermott looking to pick off the 256
26.
to win it.
Yeah, Edwards now just trying to chase down that lead. He's
100.
could prove to be an important last start. You would imagine Andy McDermott should be on at least a 170 after this. 3 straight 20s would do so. Has to stay there.
60.
Done exactly that. What could Edwards do by way of reply?
60.
Can't find
Andy
the treble.
require 170.
And so the big fish to win it. Another. Would have left the bull.
105. Kevin, you require 128.
Just a small smile to himself there, McDermott. But Edwards now looking for treble 20, which will leave him the ball for a 128 and a level match.
90. Andy, you require
So McDermott
65.
to win this 4-2. He's too good, he's found the ball. And so it's going to be one dart in his hand, a double 4.
Game
Only
shot
needs one
and
dart.
match.
And for
Andy
Kevin
McDermott.
Edwards, this is 4 defeats from 4 to kickstart his day. For Andy McDermott, it's another win for him. And suddenly, Kevin Edwards is precariously looking over his shoulder. A couple of players behind him now on 8 points, a couple of points back. And Anthony Allen can draw level on 8 points if he can beat Vic Kessing now. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy McDermott got the better of Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it is Anthony Allen and Rick Hessing. It's game 11 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Rick, it's been a much improved day so far. Didn't pick up a point on his debut day here at the Live Lounge, but has won 2 of his opening 3. And if he wins this match against Anthony Allen, he actually puts himself back in the conversation for Group B qualification. But if Anthony Allen can win this one, he'll move on to 8 points, level with Kevin Edwards, who, remember, began the day joint top of the table, but hasn't won a match so
It's
far.
Anthony to throw first.
And suddenly we could have a few players
Game on.
embroiled in a battle to see who will be in the night group.
Yeah, as you mentioned, much better day for Rick Hessing.
70.
Anthony Allen's day been up and down in terms of performance. Ran into a very solid performance from Neil Duff in his opening match where he lost 4-0, but then beat
100.
Edwards 4-3 and backed it up with a 4-2 win over McDermott. Been an improved day really for both these players who are just, as you say, trying to get
100.
into the conversation. May not be table topping conversation at this stage, but it's definitely now warranting talk about who might make it through to Group B.
97.
And this is what we say about moving day, isn't it? When you think that something is in a
100.
particular persuasion in terms of a league table, and then all of a sudden, one good day, mix of one bad day, and everything is open for interpretation.
140.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we love it. The unpredictability of the levels that
100.
people will perform at
Ricky
and the
require
opportunities that they will take
164.
when they're presented with them.
Anything can happen here at the Live Lounge. Anything
89.
tends to happen
Anthony
here
require
at the Live Lounge
131.
too. Al looking at 131 to take out the opening legs. Already had the ton. Is he going to add another one to the mix?
111.
Wasn't too far away from
Ricky
the double 10.
requires 75.
No, but Hessing's still right in this leg. Single 18. That leaves Tops.
55.
Tops has
Anthony
been a bit of a
require
bugbear for Rick
20.
Hessing. Has tended to pull it low.
Game shot on the first leg.
Talking about
Anthony
low,
Allen.
that's as low as you can get before busting the other side. Down and just about grazing that
Second
double
leg,
10
it's Rick
in
to throw first.
to lead by a
Game
leg
on.
to nil.
$140. $45.
I think as results have started to go Hessing's way as well. He seems to have just
96.
improved with a bit of confidence as well. Backs up that 140 with a 96.
100.
I know it's only early stages in the game, but the look and the feel of it is so much better in comparison. And this is exactly what you mentioned, just building confidence step by
95.
step. And that's exactly what he's doing here. And who knows, even if it is a campaign in Group C, what kind of player, what kind of prospect he could be when we get to the latter
100.
end
Ricky
of this week.
require 170.
And who knows? Actually, no, he won't hit the big fish.
Yeah, we didn't before, but yeah,
60.
just the 3 single 20s. But he'll know he'll be back for at least another 3. Could be 6 if Anthony Allen can't pin a treble here.
60. Ricky require 110.
So Hessing looking at the 110. And he's got 6 starts from this point to square up a 1 apiece.
50.
Not to be this time, and so we'll come back looking at 60.
41. Ricky requires 60.
Tops for one apiece. Once again, just a bit low and can't make the adjustment.
Anthony require 155. $41. Ricky required 10.
Double five.
$6.
They say twos never
Anthony
lose.
require
But
114.
on that occasion, they don't come up trumps for Hessing.
Yeah, but this could. Single 14 for Tops.
94.
Yeah, frustration for Anthony Allen. It
Ricky
was
require
quite a way
4.
off that Tops target.
For a level match. It's the Madhouse. And we are level 1-1.
Rick Hessing. Third leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $95. $140.
Yeah, third 140 of the match so far for Hessing.
60.
Anthony Allen unable to find those big scores.
$60.
That radar's just beginning to go off a little bit now, isn't it, for Vic? And it's Anthony's role and responsibility as the
58.
more experienced player in this contest to take full advantage of that. Now, one of them needs to finish.
140.
Yeah, and this is good from Hessing. Down to a finish after just 9 darts, but it's an
95.
opportunity really for a
Ricky
break
require
on the Anthony Allen throat.
161.
Well, what a 6-dart conversion this would be, but the treble 17 goes away. I didn't even have to go for the
83.
balls if he didn't want to, should he have got there. But I get the sense he would have.
140. Ricky requires 78.
Anthony Allen now ready to pounce if Hessing can't convert the 78. Tops once again the target, and this time
Gage
Tops
on the
is found,
third
and it's
leg,
2-1
Rick
in the break of
Hessing.
throw to Rick Hessing.
Just when it looked like Anthony Allen had an
Fourth leg, it's
opportunity
Rick
just
to
to
throw
wrestle
first.
the ascendancy in his favour.
Game on.
He was unable to do so, and you've got to give credit here to Rick Hessing, who's pounced on that. And if he's able to pick apart
95.
another couple of legs in this contest, he'll pick up a third win of the day.
82.
And this performance much better than that in which he picked up his previous 2 wins with.
He seems to just be throwing just with a bit of pace, a bit of rhythm.
38.
Definitely throwing more confidently towards the board.
60. $84. $140.
Anthony Allen just fighting back, just trying to undo some of that damage that Hessing's caused by finding a breaker throat.
59. $24.
And that comes down to consistency once again from Anthony Allen. Hits the 140, puts himself in contention, but can only find 24 to back it up.
85.
And Rick Hessing, consequently again, punishing the mistakes that Allen are making just when he's getting some openings in this match.
51. Ricky
So
require 140.
to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest, not to be on this particular occasion.
45. Anthony
So
require
what can Anthony Allen make of the
144.
144? Another one of them. Well, that would have been a real game changer if he could have taken that. But Hessing will return
96.
for the 95
Ricky
to
require
stretch his lead to
95.
2.
Ball the target.
65. Anthony
Round it,
require
not in it.
48.
This for 2 apiece for Anthony Allen. Double 16.
Game shot on the fourth
two
leg.
apiece it is.
Anthony Allen.
Rick Hessing had that bullseye surrounded like the SWAT team in an abandoned bungalow.
Fifth leg. It's Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Why would they be in an abandoned bungalow?
Because they got the wrong address.
Of course. Yep.
And Rick Hessing was in the wrong
6.
postcode there.
Glad we can all keep up in that.
Right, I'm going to shut up now.
No, please don't. It's fine.
78. $95.
But crucially, for Anthony Allen, he had a chance to have gone 2 legs behind in that contest. Hitting, meeting that opportunity, and Allen
140.
takes full advantage of it. And now he's got to use his experience, and this has been a word that we've been using about him all game long, using that
100.
experience to try and find a way no matter what.
93.
Hessing's done that a few times today, just really making use of the switching of the trebles, chasing it round the board.
45.
Hessing again, 6 darts to
90.
move on to the hill. This time 3-2. Allen cannot find that treble.
Require 100.
He's seemingly always finding himself a visit behind when it comes to the crunching legs.
But that will not help Hessing. Now just looking to set up. Does
68.
leave 32.
Anthony require 141.
Well, he threatened the 144 a couple of legs ago, but he isn't going to threaten the 141 here. And so Hessing will come back again, 3 more in hand, 2 from 10 on the finishing in this game.
32.
But no mistake on the double 8. He gets a crucial break to leave 3-2, and now has the darts to get the better of Anthony Allen. He'll feel like opportunity missed. If he wins this game, we move on to 8 points. But a failure to do so means that we've got 3 players down the bottom end of the group, just a couple of points off Kevin Edwards. And Rick Hessing plays Kevin in the last game of the day. What a position he could find himself in.
Yeah, even with a win here for Hessing, he will still find himself at the bottom of the table because of the damage the legs lost from yesterday. There was a big leg difference and a big chasm to try and make up.
He was 17 legs down, wasn't he, to kick the day off with, so that was always going to be a big
83.
gap to, but you feel like if he's going to do something, he's probably going to have to do it on points now as opposed to relying on legs difference to bail him out.
45.
I can imagine he's thinking, why couldn't I just start Monday again?
85.
Yeah, I think you'll find there's many a dart player over the years that kind of wish there was that magic reset button. Unfortunately
46.
Well crafted 140 for Anthony. He's taken the throw off of Rick and now looking to enforce a 7th and deciding leg.
89. Anthony require 133.
He's just taken a step back. Double 8 was the target. Double 8 found for a 1-3-3 to level us up 3 apiece. And a smile there from Anthony Allen. Probably not just because of the very clinical finish, but the fact that he had to pause. He knew what he wanted. It's just sometimes you have that moment of hesitation.
That moment of lurking doubt. That's the second ton plus checkout for Anthony today. He had the ton in his game against Andy McDermott last time out, and now he's found the 1-3-3 to take us all the way. That the 5th ton plus checkout, all told over the course of the session. The biggest being the 1-6-4 from Neil Duff.
140.
You know what I said all game long about experience and Anthony Allen needing to kick in at some point? I get the sense it's happening right here, right now.
60.
Yeah, that coupled by that finish that may have just sparked Anthony Allen into a bit of life as the match comes to its conclusion.
99.
Couple of darts dropping low there for Rick.
55.
I think he realised there was a big opportunity. It's just come to close, and maybe he feels like his fate in this contest is beginning to get sealed.
Yeah, Anthony Allen just making sure once again of the score. 137 to leave 32 after 12 darts, but Rick Hessing nowhere to be seen in this deciding leg.
60.
It's fair to say
Anthony
that he saved his
32.
best leg for the last leg. But that's the one that ultimately matters. But the points aren't on the board yet for Anthony Allen.
No, and the longer the misses go on, the more frustration. Rick Hessing will need to try and leave something.
58.
Still
Anthony
affords lots of time
require
here for
32.
Anthony Allen.
So double 16 to get the job done. And double
Get
16
shot and
is
the
found.
match.
Anthony
Anthony
Allen with a 4-3 win against Rick Hessing. And that moves him on to 8 points in the group, level with Kevin Edwards. And so there's going to be an almighty scrap now to see who's going to be in Group B. And in fact, that win puts Anthony Allen into the Group B slots. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff up against John Worsley.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've just seen Anthony Allen pip Rick Hessing for a 4-3 win, which sees him now move up to third place on the table. We're talking of places on the table. These two in front of you, Neil Duff and John Worsley, they are currently pitched at first and second. Neil Duff on 14 points, John Worsley on 12. But in comparison to one another, Worsley's day started well, but has dropped off subsequently since. But Neil Duff has been the on-point performer throughout day number 2, and he'll be looking to stretch his lead by another couple of points with a win here over Worsley.
Well, these were the two players that the bookies thought would be at the sharp end of things. And for John Worsley, despite everything that's happened today, he can move level on points with the Duff man with a victory here. But Neil will be thinking,
First leg, it's
I have
Neil
got
to
a real
throw
opportunity now to finish this group off once
Game
and
on.
for all. Victory here, 4 points clear, and he'd have Andy McDermott to play in the last match. He will feel like he can really stretch an advantage going into the final day's play here
85.
on Pluto TV. Remember, final day of Group A tomorrow. Then we're going to split things up. 2 sessions on Thursday and Friday. We'll be kicking off at
59.
1 o'clock for the afternoon sessions, and then at 10 p.m. for the night sessions, and then it all culminates Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. here on Pluto TV for the
60.
Week 7 finals here in Series 10. Your Duff will be hoping to be back there again.
$140.
Yeah, Duff has put himself in a really strong position throughout yesterday and today to qualify via Group 8. John Worsley will have something to say
100.
about it.
He's got off to a better start in this game than he did do in his last couple of encounters.
108.
I was going to say, you might want to move, but if you're going to hit all 3, then it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, first max, the match goes the way of Worsley.
40. John, you require 122.
So 1-2-2. Doesn't have to attack it if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, first start wasn't disastrous, but now just looking to tee up.
50. $135. John, you require 72.
So 72 to take out the opening leg. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
52.
Not this time, so Duff does
Neil,
have
you
an opportunity
require
to
81.
save his throw in this opening leg.
12's the route, which does leave ball.
56.
Yeah, that just clipped the
John, you
wire, just the
require
wrong side.
20.
So Worsley with a break chance once again.
Double 10.
No score.
Not this time, and
Neil,
so
you
Duff will
require 25.
come back looking for 25. Happened a couple of times last week where if he wasn't 100% comfortable, he'll just step back and wait for him to be exactly that. Double 8.
9.
Not this time, and so Worsley's been presented with
John, you
another chance here
require
at double
20.
10.
Yeah, he's had 4 opportunities to pin the double for this opening leg. Oh, 6 in total now.
16. Neil, you
And has the
require
hope once again that Duff
16.
can't find double 8.
But I think Hope will turn into expectation very quickly. With a player with
so
the
on
caliber
first
Neil
leg,
Duff. Eventually up and running. It was a scrappy, tentative opening leg.
Second leg, it's
But
John
it
to
is
throw
the
first.
Duff man that's up and
Game
running.
on. $140.
Yeah, sharp shooting once again from Worsley. Not quite converted into a max, but a second 140 of the match so far for him.
60. $100. $45.
Second consecutive leg, really, that John Worsley's got the initiative, got the advantage, just needs to make the most of it. Couldn't quite convert in the first.
60.
I feel this one's slightly more important for him, just to get that holder throw, keep himself interested in the match.
That's a key thing, make him feel as if he is in the contest.
100.
You missed 6 darts to win leg 1, and you suspect from this point he should get more to win leg 2.
$90.
Yeah, saw the plan. Target was 25 or ball, has to settle for 10.
$140.
Duff
John,
leaves
you
himself for the
require
finish.
111.
For Worsley looking at the 111, it'd be his biggest finish of the week. Double top.
71.
Top corner, but couldn't
Now
quite
you
find it.
require 156.
Yeah, Duff can't convert the 156, so more chances here on the outer ring for John
John,
Worsley.
you require 40.
So double top. 7 opportunities to win a
It's
leg
on
in
the
this match
second
have come
leg.
to
John
pass,
Worsley.
but he's not going to miss an 8th. Worsley levels this game up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on. $55. $36.
Trevorless visit there for Worsley. It's one that I think Duff will want to take advantage of.
81.
Well, this is the final match on the 4th cycle of fixtures, and this really is
140.
important in terms of the race for top place. Duff went into this game with a 2-point lead over John Worsley in the league standings. Can
100.
move 4 clear with 6 games left of this group to go. Whilst if Worsley wins this, then it very much is open for interpretation. The final games of the day, Worsley would take on Allen, Duff would take on McDermott.
It just keeps it really
26.
quite interesting, doesn't it, going into those final round of fixtures and then into, obviously, the final day where still anything can happen. And we have seen previously anything sometimes does happen.
Seen big leads get whittled away. We've seen players from nowhere finding a flurry of form. And perhaps importantly, the Group B race, because
95.
Kevin Edwards' poor day so far has meant he's now outside the top 3 positions, where at the beginning of the day, we were looking at his odds to win the group.
$95. Neil, you require 170.
Good last there by Worsley, but it's a 170 here for Duff. He's not going to add the big fish to the 164 we saw him hit earlier against Hessing.
100.
He's going to leave himself on 70 here, Neil Duff, to open up a 2-1 advantage in this match.
$78. Now you require 70.
So single 20 for tops.
50. John, you require
This time, so Worsley,
126.
it's a big chance, but it's a chance nonetheless. He's now relying at a poke on the ball if he can find trouble 19. Cannot get, and so Duff to move 2-1 in front.
41.
Double 10 is what he's
Now you
looking at.
require 20.
Yeah, is that awkward? Has to move across the hockey, just trying to find.
Game shot on the third
And that
leg.
was
Neil
a great dart there from Neil Duff. I think a lot of people would have been inclined to kind of go more towards the other
Fourth
direction.
leg, it's John
Try
to
and
throw
use the darts that
first.
were already in the board,
Game
but
on.
Neil Duff found a clear target.
So smart cookie is Neil Duff. And everything about the way that he conducts himself, the way that he goes about things,
53.
has got to be committed. I don't think Neil Duff's one of those players that you ever criticise for doing the wrong thing.
95.
No, and it draws on that experience that we talk about. But there are a lot of experienced players, but as you say, he just seems to have his roots, know where he wants to go. He's very assured in the way that he plays
43.
his game.
Then in terms of the way that he prepares for tournaments and the way he keeps the stamina going as well, like you never see him on the back of a 5-day campaign. I mean, he's playing 2 weeks
99.
here. And sometimes we've had players that do that, whether they win a week 12, they go into week 13, or the way they're just drawn into the hat, they've got 2 weeks straight. Sometimes at this stage, we could talk about the tiredness and the fatigue element, but we never, ever talk about that when it comes to Neil
60.
Duff.
No, and we've seen it with players, especially debutants, that really do struggle just after a few days of playing because it is quite alien to a lot of these players. But as you say, the season
85.
campaigner, especially here at the Super Series that Neil Duff is, he's quite used to these kind of long stretches on the hockey, knows how to manage himself, manage his time. It's all important.
Well, even Steve Beaton said that he was struggling with the fatigue towards the latter end of last week. He said he's
25.
tired to play more darts than he did before.
Yeah, things we love to see. Steve Beaton at the Modus Super Series.
100.
We haven't seen him in the main series yet. I suspect we will. Duff leads 82 after 12 to get the break into really take full authority of this contest.
41. Now we require 82. $62.
Doesn't go, but he has got the luxury of time on his side.
$57. Now you require 20.
So 2 10s for the Duff man. Doesn't have to go for double 5 if he doesn't want to, and that's
15.
the lurking danger of doing exactly that.
Yeah, I think the decision should have been made before going for the double 5. But you'll find that with Neil. We said it when he went for the 164. Didn't have to go for it, but he is that kind of old school player that when the opportunity presents, he wants to go for it.
54. Now you require
Worsley
5.
still not on a finish. Miscount there to leave himself on 168.
And I can understand why he's standing back there because that was very, very close to not being in the 3.
No score.
And you mentioned that risk of not splitting the 10 when he had time. He's still got time, but now not that luxury of being able to find a way to split.
And Worsley's thinking big score here. Then we pile the pressure on the
53.
opponent, but he's
Now you
unable to do
require
that.
5.
And so Duff, again, just settling himself down and actually changing the MO.
No score.
And he's bust the score, and now he's really beginning
John,
to
you
get
require
frustrated, really beginning to
115.
get hot under the collar. Well, this would be a pinch.
Yeah, 58 required. And this would be a still. This would hurt Neil Duff.
75.
Can't take it.
Neil, you require 5.
You know, just taking his time to set himself. It's a third poke at this 5, and if he doesn't take it this time, Worsley could pinch this leg.
3.
And my
John, you
word, would
require
this be a
40.
nick.
And now he's in the wrong bed, so double 15. For 2 all.
Game
Yeah,
shot
no
of
mistake
full
there
flag.
on
John
the third
Worsley.
dart. And, yeah, disappointment for Neil Duff. Duff now running on 2 from 18 in this
Fifth
match. He's at
flag, it's Neil to throw
11% on his
first.
doubling percentages.
Game on.
Well, everything that's gone so right in terms of performance for Neil Duff has gone so wrong in this game. But he will not care about how he plays. He'll just
6.
care now about getting the 2 points. He'll be happy just to write this off as a anomalic performance and then move on to the last.
$43.
Yeah,
6.
Duff seemingly throwing quite a lot at this, but not getting the results that he is desiring.
Into the 16th minute of this contest.
59.
And still a lot more darts to be played. Duff 2, Worsley 2. What gives in this top of the table clash?
100.
Yeah, well, essentially at 2 apiece, they reduced it to a best of 3, but as you're saying, it just feels like there's a lot more darts to come from both these two.
60.
I think the phrase going through the motions springs to mind about this one. Both players are in a rut and they're really struggling to find a way out of it.
140.
Duff doing his best to do so.
$55. Neil, you require
So
141.
141 for Neil Duff to move 3-2 to the good. Not to be this time, but he has got plenty of that on his side.
81.
Although we do know, even with the luxury of time, you still have to see the leg out. There was a good handful of darts that Neil Duff missed in
42.
the last leg to go
Neil, you
3-1 up.
require 60.
Tops, and that's not in the way.
Game shot
The
of fifth
perfect
leg.
guide
Neil
for
Duff.
Neil Duff to move 3-2 to the good. You feel like he probably should have had this game wrapped up
Sixth
by now.
flag, it's John to throw
But he is
first.
on the hill
Game on.
against the Womble. At the end of this, one will be making ground and one will be losing ground.
70.
Three more games to go after this.
60.
Rick Essing up against Kevin Edwards, Andy McDermott against Neil Duff, and John Worsley will round off the day against Anthony Allen.
40.
Yeah, despondent shake of the head there by John Worsley. And you feel just because of the performance levels of John just towards the tail end of today, this is very much Neil's to take control of.
$62.
Duff will now look to close the game off once and for all, bolt the door
60.
shut. The shop is about to close, and now he wants to put the lock on it.
Yeah, but John Worsley does have other ideas. That 177 leaves him on a finish. 152, and he will return, keeps him well in the mix for the match.
To take us one leg more, but Neil Duff looking to finish the drop off.
125.
And leaves himself in a
Johnny
fortuitous
require
enough position.
152.
Worsley 152. And it's not going to go to take us all the way.
60. Neil, you require 116.
2 under, 1 over for John Worsley. 116 now. The score for Neil Duff. Single 16 leaves tops for the match.
76.
Just over the bar.
John, you require
But now
92.
Worsley looks at 92 to take us to a last leg decider. Double-double is not on the cards. And so Duff to finish
40.
off this game and to
require
stretch a
40.
4-point lead at the top of the table. Looking at double top. And looking
Game shot
imperious.
And the match, Neil Duff.
Neil Duff has a 4-point lead at the top of the table, and it looks like nobody's going to stop him. The Duff man stretching clear, stretching away. And is there anybody that can stop the 4-time weekly winner in this Group A? Coming up after the break, Rick Kessing takes on Kevin Edwards. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of John Worsley by 4 legs to 2. And so that means now he has a 4-point lead at the top of Group A. John Worsley on 12 points in comparison to Duff's 16. And the Allens overtaken Kevin Edwards in the race for Group B place. And that looks like the most competitive scrap now for the remainder of this group. And it is Edwards who's in action here. He takes on Rick Hessing, who with a victory here can move on to 6 points and a couple behind Kev at the end of the day's play. And what an improved day it has been for the Dutchman. It was quite nervy for him on day one. Didn't pick up a win, but a much improved day in terms of performances. This led to results improving too. He did lose last time out to Anthony Allen, with perhaps one of his better performances of the day. He's on 2 from his 4. But Kevin Edwards, he's looking to find a win of any description, and if he does, he'll move on to 10 points, and he'll feel like as if he's just limited the damage just a little bit.
Yeah, it very much feels like a bit of a rescue job now for Kevin Edwards, just to keep himself interested in that race for Group B. Obviously, still lots of darts to go tomorrow as well. But I imagine it's been just one of those really frustrating days. Kevin would have felt really positive coming into today's proceedings, picking up 4 out of 5 wins yesterday and just not being able to make the most of it, not backing it up with the performances today, despite threatening us with a 9-dart finish.
The width of a wire away from the double 12 for what would have been Super Series 9 darter number 16
54.
under this roof. And goodness me, we've had some classic ones in our time.
$96.
Conor Heenahan got the first 2. Steve West got the first one at a Champions Week against Luke Littler. Del Pilgrim against Scott Taylor. The Fallon Sherrick one against Adam Litskin. Sebastian Bioretsky of another
45.
Champions Week 9 dart against Anton Ersland. Leonard Gates against Martin Thomas. Steve West doubled up against Jeffrey de Graaf. Andreas Harrison against Andreas Tov Jorgensen. Jared Cole had the leg of his life against
54.
Michael Burgoyne. Lee Cox against Pontus Daniels. And then in the next game, Tommy Lishman hit one against David Evans. Marvin Van Velzen against Chaz Barstow. We were both in the commentary box, weren't we, for Mason Whitlocks against David
92.
Wazowski. And Adam Mould against Johan Brouwer.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive list, and I'm sure there are plenty
59.
more to come.
Kevin, you require 170.
I'm sure I'm right in saying that we still haven't had one on finals night. That's the next thing. Come on, people.
And if you saw the atmosphere here on
6.
Saturday,
Ricky requires
this place will
92.
erupt when that 9 darter eventually happens.
32. Kevin, you require 110.
A bit of a wild attempt at the 92 by Hessing. And now it's Edwards. 18 for double 16.
94. Ricky requires 60.
Oh, Edwards missing the opportunity to take leg 1. Hessing, 15. And now double top.
40. Kevin,
Now
you
he's
require
botched an
16.
opportunity to take out leg 1. Edwards back for double 8.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Kevin
well
Edwards.
taken there in the end by Kevin Edwards. Finds an early breaker throw, punishes a few loose darts
Second
towards the
leg,
tail
it's
end of that
Kevin to
leg
throw
by Rick
first.
Hessing.
Game on.
Has been a bit of theme of today, hasn't it? That missing of the single number just to ensure that you get maximum opportunity at a double.
100.
Which you probably can epitomise down to a little bit of nervousness from players that haven't played so much in front of these stages and these lights before.
Yeah, and also sometimes you just get that lapse of concentration.
81.
In theory, that single number should be so much easier, obviously, than hitting the treble, but you do have to still focus on the target.
No idea what a lapse of concentration it works like.
Yeah, all right.
26. $70. $100. $57. 105.
Yeah, sensible switch at the end there for Kevin Edwards, just ensuring that he's definitely on a finish.
82. Kevin, you require 170.
So Kevin Edwards 170 to go 2 legs to the good. Doesn't have to go for it. And we'll never know if he did.
98.
Yeah, highest finish of the day came by courtesy of Neil Duff, a 164.
One, 4, 5 left.
83. Kevin, you require 72.
Edwards looking at 72 for 2 zip. And again, that missed single number that we've been speaking about comes back to haunt Edwards.
40. Rick, you require
He gets there
128.
in the end, but makes a bit of a hash of it. And 128 now the target should stay there. Now just trying to set something up. So a
88.
chance for a 2-0
Kevin,
lead
you
for Edwards
require
here.
32.
For 2-0. And Hessing is awaiting if this 88 doesn't go.
16.
And the Dutchman is going to get an opportunity to equalise at 1 apiece. Double 10 now. 5s.
No score. Kevin, you
Well off the
require
target
16.
with the last. And we've seen that from Hessing. Just that drop when it comes to trying to secure a double.
Game
No
shot on
problem
the
there
second
for
leg.
Edwards.
Kevin
He does stretch his lead to 2-0.
Crucially, has a cushion in
Third
this
leg, it's
match.
Rick to throw first. Game on. $95.
But I will say, regardless of how this match goes, I think Rick Hessing has a lot that he can take forward into tomorrow. We'd already mentioned earlier that perhaps because he didn't pick up any
140.
points yesterday, he's probably resigned to being in Group C or possibly Group B. A couple of wins already for him to date. Much improved.
60.
Gives himself confidence ahead of tomorrow, which effectively is a free hit for him. If he gets Group B, great, but if not, then he can just regather and regroup himself for Group C on Thursday and Friday. And who knows what happens from there. We mentioned it earlier. It's a Group C this week, which I think whoever the 6 players are that head into
99.
I think they're all going to really like the look of their chances.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't say I have any preferences, but this might be one week where, I might favour one player over another one. Happen to be married to him for 17 years, that's all.
So every single player Aaron plays, please win.
57. Kevin, you require 81.
Had to get it in there. 81 for Edwards for 3-0.
Yeah, he's just had a quick glance at the score. Sensible route, double 16. Yeah, very well taken there for Kevin Edwards. All seems to be coming together a bit more for Edwards at the last.
4th flag, it's Kevin to throw first.
But you know what a dart player thinks? If he puts in this performance, wins 4-0, he thinks, where was this at 9:30 this morning?
60.
Yeah, and sometimes you just have to chalk that up to just, a day that kind of got away from you.
45.
Already a busy day on the PDC Pro Tour circuit. We've made some big averages. Michael van Gerwen, 108. 102 for Ross Smith in victory. Jan van Veen, 106. In beating Stefan Belmont by 6 legs to 1. Stephen Bunting averaged over a ton to beat Mitsa Suljevic. And
58.
poor Nico Springer averaged 105.25. Got beaten in the last leg decided by Luke Littler.
91.
Carl Sneed's getting battered 3-0 by Dom Taylor, having 109 at this present moment.
Yeah, it's brutal, isn't it? And this is a real charge to the finish line by Kevin Edwards.
96. Kevin, you require 170.
Down to 170 after just 9 darts. And nothing Hessing can do but watch on.
I think he kind of knows now, doesn't he, Rick Hessing, that his fate in this contest is pretty much sealed.
131. Kevin, you require 70.
So 6 from here to wrap it up. And to wrap it up quite convincingly as well. It's double 16. It's a 4-0 win.
Kevin Edwards.
For Kevin Edwards today, hasn't quite gone to plan, but he did find a victory at the last. A 4-0 success against Rick Hessing means that he's on 10 points. And despite what happened in his first 4 matches, he is still at the top of the race to get into Group B. The tale of the tape looks as follows. A big win for Kevin Edwards. Andy McDermott takes on Neil Duff on the other side of this short break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So just 2 games left on day 2 proceedings here in Group A, and it is Neil Duff who is topping the table with 16 points, 4 points clear now, 2 wins clear of John Worsley in second place, is facing Andy McDermott, who has had mixed results today, finds himself 5th on the table and desperately looking for another win to try and keep himself just in contention, perhaps not of a top spot. It's too far behind for that, but for a position perhaps in Group B. I don't know what you think, Henry, but I know we've mentioned it. Duff has just been the most solid performer. Kind of almost came a cropper slightly in his last game against John Worsley, but that's sometimes understandable. He did lose to him yesterday.
First leg.
Managed to get the better of him today, but has been a solid performer throughout.
I make you a promise, Neil Duff will play nowhere like that in this game against Andy McDermott. Even his off game, he was able to pick up a win. And
40.
there's a possibility here that he could complete the card with next to no fuss whatsoever. He wins this, he'd be on to 18 points. And depending on what happens in the game between Worsley and Anthony Allen, he could have a 6-point gap at the top of the table, and going into the last day, pretty much good as job done.
Yeah, obviously nothing's done until it's actually done, but I agree. I think if you gave someone a 6-point cushion going into 1 day of action, not only would you be as confident as anything, you'd expect to get it done quite early on.
45.
Obviously the pair met yesterday. They were second game on yesterday, and Neil Duff didn't afford not just a leg to Andrew McDermott, but didn't afford him a chance at the outer ring
42.
at any point. Had a 92.49 average. Hit a maximum on the way. 4 from 9 on the outer ring, which included a 1-2-1 finish. It was a definitive performance from Duff, and he'll be looking to do something the same. And that maximum will go a long way towards it.
Just quieting Andy McDermott, who may have thought he may have a glimmer and a sniff in this leg. And actually, you look at Neil's fixtures for tomorrow, this is the first game of the session. So actually, if he wins this and results go his way, he could be 8 points clear by the end of the first match. Okay, there'd be games in hand, etc. But
60.
just seeing that total psychologically on the board could be a lot for John Worsley to handle. Who'll kick off against Rick Hessing. He's still got to play Anthony Allen in the final game of the session. But Duff hit 6 darts for 156 to get the break right from the get-go. Another one of them. Double 18. Would have been for another super-sized finish for the Duff man.
Now, when he comes back, we've mentioned it before, he's got options. 2 for double 8. I imagine he'll go straight
42.
for double 9. That tends to be his
18.
MO. But that is the problem. Chasing it round, just finds the 1 for double 4.
10.
But he is going to come back for 3 more at that particular target to take out the opening leg of this encounter. McDermott trying to prize another treble in
100.
to leave himself on
You
tops.
require 8. No score.
Yeah, he's scratching his head.
you
Those
require
last
8.
2 darts right on the wire, but Andy McDermott, if he's going to make inroads, needs to make the most of these chances. Yeah, make the most of it. He does. 80 in 2 to take the opening leg.
He shakes his head, but he'll be happy on the inside.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
As for
Game
Neil
on.
Duff, he knows that was a big opportunity miss. 6 darts he had at a double to win leg 1, which came by Dubai.
60.
Yeah, other than the target, the double being different, when we spoke about it before with Neil Duff, it was double 5 in that previous match against Worsley.
60.
Opted to go for it, went inside, ends up chasing it round. It was almost identical when it came to the double 9.
I'm sure we're going to hear from Neil over the course of the week. Well, if he wins this game, we'll probably hear
45.
from him today. And maybe that might be one of the questions that come up in conversation. One thing you always get from Neil, and we've interviewed him many times, is
55.
he'll answer any and every question, and he'll answer any and every question with his utmost honesty.
45.
And I do think even if Neil does complete the card, because of the way that the last match went, and obviously we don't know the
85.
outcome of this one yet, I think he'll take perhaps a bit, it won't be as positive as what it would have been if he'd carried on the way he started. Yeah, and that's probably one of the first times I've really heard him
30.
vocalise today. He can be one of those players that really does shout at himself.
You know he's not happy when he says his name. A little bit like Robert Thornton, who has the most famous cry of, "Oh, Robert."
40.
Great to see Robert here last week, and it was Neil Duff, of which he lost his double trouble crown to on Saturday night. The semi-finals being the ending of the form in that particular competition. Neil Duff would lose out to
121.
Andreas Harrison, who became the first ever player to complete the set. Well, mind you, Neil Duff could be the second player to do it, but he could complete his, I suppose, triple crown in the best way possible by winning the Champions Week.
97.
Yeah, picking up that Champions Week title is no mean feat. You have to win a week, and then you have to go on and try and beat all the other champions. It's a title, if you win, you've really earned it.
Well, McDermott looking to earn a 2-0 lead, but he ain't going to take out the 164. So Duff coming back for the ton here.
86. Now we require 100.
He's going to come back under a bit of pressure. It's a lovely life for the treble. But decides to go tops. Gets tops. And back level we are at 1 apiece. And that could be a real game changer because McDermott was staring at 78. Should have had a dart to have gone 2-0 to the good, but Duff won't let him have an opportunity.
$40. $100.
Yeah, parity reigns so far in the match. Everything going with throat. Neil Duff just looking to set up another chance. He had 6 darts in the opening leg to break Andy McDermott. Couldn't convert. Any chance of winning this and going through the card today, he will need to find a break of throat.
140. $108.
First max, and he's asking and probing, isn't he, Neil Duff?
85.
You're now looking to back up the 180.
84.
Bit of a wild last dart, but his first to a finish.
But Neil Duff, despite the questions they're getting asked of him, is coming up with the answers. McDermott able to take the 139. This a break chance for the Duff man.
99. Now you require 36.
Could conceivably be 3-0 up in this game. But he'll take a 2-1 lead nonetheless, and that's the best leg of the match, a 13-darter.
Fourth flag, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and is this now Neil Duff with a bit really between his teeth? Racing towards that finish line once again.
$140. $60. $100.
I don't know what you think, Henry, but this feels like one of the better performances, one of the more consistent performances by Andy McDermott so far. And a bit like Edwards the match before, I guess it leaves you scratching your head as to where's it been all day?
But there's also that weird mentality of when it's the last game of the day, you don't need to leave anything in reserve. And maybe that's the case. And also, when you're playing a player like Neil Duff, who you know you have to be at the peak of your powers to get a result against, naturally you raise your game and your level for a match like that.
60.
Yeah, you get those matches and there's almost nothing to lose and you can just act as a spoiler if things start to fall your way. The problem is sometimes as soon as you get that lead or get that edge, you start to believe again and then it all goes a cropper.
156.
Well, happened to Nico Springer earlier, didn't it, against Luke Littler? Well, he teased this earlier and he's not going to get it this time.
100.
Ton for Duff, leaves himself on 56 to open up a 3-1 advantage.
$45. Now you require 56.
Tops the target for 3-1 and that's a cleanly taken finish there by Neil Duff. Goes within one.
Fifth flag, it's Andy to throw first.
Doing a
Game on.
professional job of shutting out Andy McDermott despite the numerous legs
58.
that he is. Asked the question of the former WDF World Champion. And of course, you do have a WDF World Champion into Champions Week. Shane McGurk qualified.
100.
Week 4, he made it through. Duff, the 2022 winner, looking to make his way through. Now, Andy Bartons can't play at Champions Week because he's ineligible to play in this.
96.
But who knows, maybe Bo Greaves could be a Champions Week participant.
Wouldn't surprise me.
60.
She's done it before, hasn't she? I mean, when she was here, that run that she had in terms of legs and wins, unbelievable.
The only player to have gone through an entire week without
57.
dropping a match.
$140.
Haven't seen Stefan Bellman yet this series either. He's the number 2 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
59. $130.
Yeah, great switch there by Neil Duff. Leaves him down to 71 for the match.
140. Now he requires
So
71.
Duff looking at 71 to complete the match and to complete the card. And it'd open up a temporary 6-point lead at the top of the table. The
Get
Duff
shot
man
and the
is going
match.
to take
Neil
some
Duff.
stopping. And maybe weekly title number 5 could be one step closer to realisation if he can qualify through to Saturday night, which looks now close to inevitability. 6 points clear at this present moment in time. The worst case scenario is a 4-point buffer, and that's dependent on John Worsley beating Anthony Allen next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Maguire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George Maguire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go,
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game of the session here in Group A. And before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Andy McDermott by 4 legs to 1. That means the Duffman temporarily is 6 points clear at the top of the group. However, John Worsley wins this one. It's back to within 4. And maybe he's back to within a shout of qualifying through. He takes on Anthony Allen in the final game of Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For John, not quite been the day that's gone to plan. He won 4-1 in his opening game with an average of 96.19. But from that point onwards, performances haven't quite yielded what he would have wanted. He did pick up one further win against Andy McDermott in Game 2, but has lost his second half of matches for the day. And if Anthony Allen can win this
First leg,
contest,
it's
he'll
John
move
to
on to
throw
10
first.
points, level with Kevin Edwards
Game
overnight.
on.
And actually bring John Worsley back into the mix in terms of the Group B conversation.
Yeah, it definitely has been a mixed bag for both these players really throughout this second day
41.
of proceedings. It was nice to see all smiles just as just before Jack Garwood calls game on.
100. $41. 100.
Definitely Anthony Allen making the more positive start of the pairing.
$7.
And these two kicked off everything yesterday. They were the first game out. It was John Worsley who beat Anthony Allen 4 legs to 1.
100.
John Worsley just shy of a 90 average in that encounter. But very good once again on the outer ring. 4 from 7 on the doubles.
And that was kind of the path that he treaded for the most part of yesterday's action. And as we were
41.
mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, as soon as he won that opening game of 96 average, you thought, well, maybe the Womble really has come here to play today. But for one reason or
100.
another, it just hasn't quite happened. And Anthony Allen here, well, he's been given pretty much a free roll through this opening leg.
$45. Anthony, you require 101.
So Allen 101 for the break of throw in the opening leg. Down for treble 19. Doesn't go. But plenty of time on his side.
$69.
Yeah, despite that bit of a smirk to himself, does adjust well to leave himself on double 16 when he will return.
$56. Anthony, you require 32.
So double 16 for Anthony Allen to take leg 1. Look at a double 8.
Game shot
And
of
the
first
double 8
leg.
goes.
Anthony
And
Allen.
Shaggy takes the opener.
Second leg, it's Anthony to throw first. Game on. $40. 38.
Anthony Allen now just looking to build on winning that opening leg. It was a breaker throw for Shaggy.
96.
It's just beginning to find sound foundations. Look, he knows that his opponent here, John Worsley, is visibly struggling in this game. And as much as you probably sympathise with your opponent, at this point it's that killer
95.
competitive instinct that's got to kick in. And as much as you can, try and finish this game off as quickly as possible.
81.
Yeah, absolutely. Although as dart players we do play in teams away from kind of the real top level of the sport, it is such an individual. It's such an individual
69.
game. You have to be up there. You have to be focused just on your job in hand.
55.
And I can imagine it's a distraction for Anthony as well, because you're almost wondering what is going on in the background. And so I can imagine it's only human if you lose a little bit of
42.
concentration, because you're thinking, well, why is this game not what I expected it to be?
Yeah, of course. And as you say, when you've had someone who's been so dominant,
59.
especially on day one, and you sense that there's a slight weakness there, there's an Achilles heel, you need to pounce.
Alan's going to leave the big fish to open up a 2-0 lead.
$100. Anthony, you require 170.
Well, Alan isn't going to get the 170, so Worsley 157 to square up at one apiece.
82. John, you require 157.
Treble 19. Couldn't find. So Anthony Allen
94.
stretches lead to 2 apiece, but John
Anthony,
Worsley
you
is
require
there, ready to
88.
pounce.
It's the bull. It's not there.
51. John, you require
So Worsley
63.
will come back to square up. $40 scored, so 23 left.
$43. Anthony, you require 37.
Double 16.
5. John, you require 20.
So for one apiece, double 10.
Just trying to work his way in and
No score.
can't find the double. More
Anthony, you
chances once again for
require
Anthony Allen to
32.
double his lead.
2-8. Well, this leg
24.
goes on.
John, you require 20.
But not
Gets on
anymore,
the second
because
leg.
Worsley's
John
found the
Worsley.
double 10 to level up at one apiece.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, you get the sense already, this is just one of those games where both players will just want to get done with, just get the points and the leisure, forget it ever happened and move on.
28.
And arguably, Anthony Allen was relatively solid in that opening leg, found a breaker throw and then just couldn't hold his own, had
140.
chances. But as you say, it does go back that if your opponent isn't playing to the levels that you expect them to, or if there's something going on in the background, as you mentioned, it's sometimes quite difficult just to maintain that level of concentration. You think there's been 15 games already today.
140. $45. 100.
Worsley just starting to find a little bit more range when it comes to
46.
treble 20s.
Well, some result from the Pro Tour. Adam Lipscomb has beaten Gerwin Price by 6 legs to 5.
100.
.94.58 average compared to the
90.49
90.49 of Gerwin. 133 for Worsley.
Yeah, we saw Anthony Allen take that out earlier on today, but John Worsley not going to add himself to the 133 roster, but it's a 170 here.
170. $60. John, you require 90.
So Worsley should get a look at the bull. But the treble leads double
85.
5.
Anthony, you require 110.
So Allen looking at 110 to get the break and open up a 2-1 advantage. Treble 18 leaves the double to get his nose in front. A superb finish from Shaggy. And that might be the moment this game changes. Might be the moment where he just wrestles the ascendancy.
First. Game on.
Yeah, great visit there by Anthony Allen.
40.
For Ton Plus checkout of the day, him and Neil Duff responsible for 6 of the 7 Ton Plus checkouts we've seen today. Worsley had the 108 being the other.
30.
And a shake of the head as John Worsley just couldn't take advantage
100.
of the opening score from Anthony Allen.
$83.
Going up in the offing, but Allen just has that slender advantage of throw.
46.
Now that's more like the first dart we used to see from John Worsley, but you can see he's struggling because of that. Because dart 1 was so good that when he's playing at his peak, he'll follow that up. That'll be 140, 180, guaranteed. But you could just see with the pull with dart 2 that he's just not quite himself right now.
85. $39.
Anthony Allen just taking his time. Just you get the feeling that both these players are just trying to muster up all their remaining energy.
$60.
Well,
Anthony,
we
you
saw
require
the 110 from Anthony Allen to rescue the last treble 20 for the 130. Not going to go.
58.
And so Allen comes back for 72 to open up a 3-1 lead.
$42.
So
Anthony,
this
you
to
require
move
72.
a leg away. 36 for 36.
Game on the fourth
And Allen
leg, Anthony
3-1
Allen.
to the goods.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $78.
You can tell these are two players that on their reserve tank right now. There's no petrol left in the car.
99.
And now just looking to... just trying to get out whatever they've got left. And I can imagine it's a difficult position because both players are trying their hardest, but you can tell that there's a real tiredness about this display from both.
Yeah, and that's all you can ask the players, is to just throw absolutely everything at it. Leave it all up there. Leave it all out on the stage.
$140.
Decent 140 this, and decent leg dit actually from John. Back-to-back 140s. It is on throw.
93.
But it's all about getting the first save. He's 3-1 down the right way. He only needs one break to win this game from this point onwards.
$93.
Yeah, and that last visit from Anthony Allen, after the first 2 darts, couldn't leave himself on a finish because of the options he made.
60. John, you require 50.
To half the gap. 10 for tops. Now double 10. Does it go? So Allen has a match-winning chance here. He's already taken out the 110. Can he finish off for 109? Double 16. Would have been some rally towards the finish.
John, you require 20.
Yeah, couldn't back up those earlier finishes. So a chance once again. Worsley needing double 10. Chasing it round. Double 5. With the wrong bed.
Anthony, you require 32.
So Anthony Allen, double 16. And now double 8. To complete a 4-1 success over John Worsley. And for Anthony Allen, he moves into 3rd place in the group, on to 10 points. He's beaten John Worsley by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, we'll hear from Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen on this Tuesday morning. It was a dominant day for Neil Duff, winning all 5 of his matches. He now has a 6-point lead at the top of the table overnight. Always good to double check. 6-point lead over John Worsley. Anthony Allen is back on 10 alongside Kevin Edwards in that race for Group B darts. Neil Duff is with us in the studio with that 6-point lead guaranteed, I promise you. In terms of today, you completed the card 5 wins from 5, but did it feel as well that a little bit pedestrian at points? You put in some good performances, but it must have felt very comfortable at times.
Yeah, I think it was more business-like, you can describe it. I think just when I knew what I had to do and did it. Bar the John game, I felt like I played well, played comfortable, felt confident. Kind of felt confident coming into the group, you know. Annoyed me yesterday that I could drop. Like if I'd done it properly, then I should be sitting here 10 wins for 10. But I'm more than happy. Yeah.
Did the first game set the tone for the day for yourself?
Always, first day always sets a tone. But I also knew that the couple of guys that's only come in for the first time, they're only going to get stronger. So potential banana skin. I know Andy's a good player and he wants to do well. So I kind of figured that he might be out to prove a point first thing. So I went out top of my game and once I get that there over me and you're banging 100 average in your first game, you're going to feel confident getting into the rest of them.
And some of the finishing today was absolutely sublime, particularly the finishes to get games won, the 164 perhaps being the highlight. We had this 130 here as well against Kevin Edwards. When it mattered, you were able to come up with the big moments.
Yeah, but that's just that being comfortable, being confident, having the confidence in your doubles. And they went as sweet as a nut. They had the 130 and the 164. I mean, I knew as soon as it left my hand, it was away, it was gone, you know, so... Yeah, when you're playing with that sort of confidence, and I think a couple of the other guys like Kevin, smashing player, but I think he's just lacking that little bit of confidence on finishing games off. I had a chat there with young Rick, who you will see get better, I think, as the week goes on. I think when he gets into Group C or Group B, I told him, I says, you'll play your best darts in because he's just building momentum and getting... Once he starts taking a few doubles out and took a couple of scalps today, and it's going to bolster him in for a good second part of the week.
And it was something that we mentioned over the course of the day, but Kevin Evans did almost have that moment, didn't he? The 9-dart attempt. We can have a look at that here. It was in his game against Anthony Allen. He trailed 3-2 at that point.
Yeah, we were cheering for him in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you've got to, haven't you? I mean, it's always going to be a special moment if you can find that magical 9-dart leg, but it almost came from nowhere as well, because Kevin seemed to be, not comfortable, and as Neil was just mentioning, perhaps not so confident, but didn't look hesitant at all. And when he pinned the first 2, it wasn't a million miles away from the double 12. You see it just narrowly go the wrong side near the double 9, but it was an excellent effort. But unfortunately for Kevin, still didn't actually manage to win the match in total.
Today didn't really quite go to... In fact, for Kevin and John, it was kind of a similar story today, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I think for Kevin especially, I think he's going to be, quite disappointed because, just couldn't build on the points that he had yesterday. And then John, very similarly, just... very strong start, came out, hit that 96 average, and we thought, right, now you're setting the tone. Then you had Neil come out and hit the 105. We thought, right, here we go. And then there was just a few games where everyone just got a little bit embroiled, perhaps wanted it that bit too much, and it just became a bit messy and a bit difficult. But yeah, it's just unfortunate for them, just haven't progressed as much as they probably would have liked.
And Neil mentioned it actually earlier when you look at the likes of Rick, that yesterday it didn't quite go to plan, but you saw signs, in results, but also more importantly in terms of performances, that now he's settled on the stage a little bit more. We may just begin to see the best out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you feel the same, but I just thought from what we saw yesterday in terms of performance levels and just the way he was on the stage, he just looked more confident today, and then started getting a few more results, which made him more confident.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping we see more of him.
I had a chat where we sat and we talked there for 10 or 15 minutes, and I was like, he knew himself yesterday kind of is par 200, from 200 down, it was hurting him yesterday. Whereas today, especially against John, where the first 3 legs, he was just killing off quick finishes And that's been the difference. And he'd done that yesterday. He probably could have been sitting on 4 or 6 points yesterday. But yeah, that just all bleeds momentum and the confidence is going to be there. And I think he's actually going to be one to watch.
And as you know too well, when you get to a Group C, no matter what happens in Group A, whether you're top of the group or bottom of the group, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the second half of the week's a different beast, right?
Of course it is. Of course it is. It's a fresh slate. Thursday morning, Thursday evening. You're getting in there without. We talked about it on Saturday night about the safety net. The safety net's gone now, so you know you go out and perform, or you're going to get smashed up. So it kind of brings out the best in a lot of players. Probably me specifically is like I kind of need to have that last chance saloon kind of thing to bring the best out of my game. And yeah, I think you maybe see it with and probably with Andy as well. I think when I played him the first match yesterday, he took a leg to get going, but then the second leg only because I took the 1-2-1 out. But he was playing proper darts, and it shows that he has them tools in the bag. And if he starts to bring that up on a regular basis, there's going to be a few players in trouble. Yeah.
Just quickly, tomorrow, is it a case of just getting it done as simply as possible, no dramas?
Get it done. Just get it done, get over the line, and then let the rest of them fight out where they want to finish. But for me, it'll be head down, business like again, and get Group A secured.
Neil, many congratulations today. Thank you for popping up and seeing us. Laura, great to be in your company once again. And overall, what would you say, Jeff, very quickly, you'd make of the day?
Yeah, I think it's been mixed results for players for different reasons, but we said from the off, I think Neil kind of set the tone with the 105 average and then just kind of progressed throughout. Neil's obviously the one to chase, and I think he's going to be too far ahead. I think he's almost job done on day 2, which is obviously where Neil would really want to be, as with everyone else. So yeah, for me, it's all that jostling for position, but I think everyone, because of how they've played today, is still in the run-in for a Group B spot.
Thanks to the pair of you. Plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Coming up next, it's the story of Peter Wright, the 2-time PDC world champion. We'll be discussing his highs, his lows, and the story behind Snakebite himself. Then after that, it's Phil Taylor, the life and career of him. And then the live darts will resume tomorrow morning from 9:30 for the final day of Group A, where Neil Dove has a 6-point lead, and he'll be hoping tomorrow is a very good day for him. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
Cheers. The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Burn Belson!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Belsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Belsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harris. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!